Hi, everyone. I'm meteorologist David Glenn. We are here for the long haul on our storm tracking update, and we got a lot to talk about tonight. Thanks for those of you joining us on the live stream who joined us this afternoon and watching us right now on our live stream. Couple of things. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning, northern Hamilton, southern parts of Meigs and Ray. The far northwestern corner of Grundy County under a tornado warning for this storm right here. It'll probably stay just north of Grundy Lager, north of Buren Springs. We're going to keep an eye on that, and we might have our on-air audience join us as well, but I wanted to get you caught up on what's happening with that cell. Let me give you the overview of the entire viewing area for a second, okay, and just show you what's going on, just so we all know what's happening. And we're going to be zooming in on a lot of areas locally as we go through the night, so if I'm not over your area, keep in mind I will be shortly getting there. We have so much to cover, and so we're going to be tracking this all throughout the night. So make sure your mobile device you're watching this on is staying charged. So if you lose power, you can have that device available to you because we will be live streaming throughout this event. Okay, one severe thunderstorm warning here. We'll keep an eye on this for northwestern Grundy for that tornado warned storm coming out of Middle Tennessee. Several of those warned storms. But if you look back to the west, you can see what's happening here. We've got the clusters of storms developing from Huntsville around Nashville and the main line back here. This is what we've been anticipating and watching. And, you know, we mentioned that 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. mainline threat. When you have these individual cells developing here, that can change the timeline altogether. Okay, and it's feeding off that warm, moist air, and the reason why there's so much energy out there. None of the early storms really robbed any of the energy, so the daytime heating, the forcing for that front is causing all this. We have two cells we're watching. It's raining in Saudi Daisy, but for you folks in Saudi Daisy, so far this is not a severe storm, okay? Mainly downpours. Is this one here that we've been following as it moved out of, northeast Mississippi. This cell has been a problem as it's rolled to the north and east. It has had a history of producing some wind damage, some rotation with it, and right now continues a severe thunderstorm warning from Sail Creek up along the Meigs and Ray County line. That warning, that's a severe thunderstorm warning out till 7:30 Eastern time. That's for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and potential penny-size hail. All right, that is moving to the east at 25 miles an hour. And it's held together for so many miles. And if we just track it for you, track the leading edge to the east at 25. So heads up Athens, Inglewood to Riceville. Just keep in mind this storm is going to be headed your way. So Britsville around 6:58 Eastern, Hillsview around 7:09, Riceville 7:24, Athens 7:39. Etowah 7:52. So it gets to be cutting across even as far east as McMinn County within the hour. And it could bring, again, rain, lightning, and that ever-present chance it could produce some damage to wind gust and even some small hail. All right, we'll take a look at the velocity scan inside of that because it has had a history, a little bit of rotation with it. You can still see it right there. See over the northern part of Hamilton County, there's a pretty well-developed storm right there. Potential rotation with that there, so that's the reason why the severe thunderstorm warning is out. So you could be seeing the strongest winds with that in that area near Birchwood. So that is headed to the north and east towards Birchwood. So again, treat severe thunderstorm warnings as you would a tornado warning. Get to a safe place till this storm passes on by. Okay, so strong wind gust potential of that storm is just in and around the Birchwood area and approaching the county line. In the cell to the south and west, sparked no doubt by the outflow from that cell. Not much in the way of rotation with that. So it's mainly raining, a little bit of lightning. Its movement is also off to the east, but that cell near Saudi Daisy is not a severe cell. Now let's go here to the north and west, where Grundy County is under a tornado warning, but it's not the entire county. It is mainly the far northwestern sliver of the county for this storm near Manchester. Okay, let me pause that and let's put on the tracker for you so you'll know what I'm talking about here. This is let me back this up. I'm going to isolate this as just a tornado warning. So you can see where all the tornado warnings are. That's out to 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. This is a tornado warning for the northwestern part of Grundy County. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail with this storm. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation with that storm. Now, the storm itself is not in Grundy County at the moment. Now, it's a storm that was located 9 miles west of Winchester at the time of the issuance, moving east at 35. So it could impact areas like Morrison, Beech Grove, Normandy, Viola, Summitville, Wartrace, Bell Buckle, and Altamont. So there's the polygon for that tornado warned storm right along and just to the east of Highway 41. You see a little bit of rotation there just in and around Manchester. Let's see if this can be picked up on the Nashville velocity scan a little bit better. This may clear it up just a little bit. Yeah, you can see right near Manchester, right in here, potential for rotation there near 41 and moving north and east. Looks like it's now just northeast of Manchester where that particular cell is. Now, just north of there, this other warned storm near Christiana, south of Murfreesboro, this one, you can see the rotation a little bit better. You can see it crossing near Bell Buckle to the north and right along 41. You see it right there. That's just south of Murfreesboro. That's another tornado warned storm that's headed to the northeast, probably not reaching Grundy County. But we zoom in on that. That's right along I-24 and 41 where they parallel, just to the south of Murfreesboro. So that's where that tornado warned storm is right there. And in this cell, you can see the reflectivity scan with it. It's racing north and east. So heads up McMinnville area if you're watching on our stream, Viola. And the rotation was not far, just in the north of Manchester. Potential rotation with that. Look at it from the velocity point of view. You see just it's almost near Summitville now. Potential rotation there with that storm. Just right along and northeast of 41. So that polygon does include the northwestern part of Grundy County, north of Altamont. The storm itself is still back in here, approaching Warren County, and then just to the northeast of Manchester, okay? That's just the tornado warnings out there. Other tornado warnings to the west of Huntsville with this storm, west of Decatur. A lot of lightning with that cell in around Huntsville. If you take a peek inside of it, you can see right there south of what's known as Rogersville, Alabama. A little bit of rotation with that as that cell moves to the east, just to the west of Athens. In fact, there's several minor areas. You see little areas of rotation there between Athens and Decatur and south of Rogersville. The reason why they have tornado warnings along that. So that's an area to watch west of Huntsville as that moves downstream towards potentially Jackson County. I should note all areas locally, tornado watch remains in effect till 11 o'clock. The Storm Prediction Center has indicated and outlined that the counties that are not under a watch yet will more than likely be put under one because of activity building up and moving to the east. So if your county's under a watch, this may change very, very shortly. Okay. And folks, I can't stress this enough. All modes of severe weather are possible. Again, that main line between 9 and 11, but again, it's going to be a little sooner for areas west as those clusters of storms develop, but all modes, damage and wind, tornadoes and large hail, all potential with this line of storms coming in. So again, the warnings that we have out locally, we got this severe thunderstorm warning, southern Meigs, northern Bradley, northern Hamilton. We'll take a closer look at that in a second. And severe thunderstorm warning just west of Scottsboro for that storm just west of Huntsville that does have a tornado warning on it. So heads up in western Jackson County for that potential. Let's go back and take a look at this one here. We noted that there was a little bit of rotation near Birchwood. It's a fairly strong storm, and we've been tracking that for about 3 hours since our afternoon live stream and throughout the newscast. And there you see it near Britsville to Birchwood. Let's take a look inside on the velocity scan. And you can still see, again, a little bit of rotation near Birchwood, passing near Britsville now. The bed rotation right in here, just to the west of 58. So it just means some stronger wind gusts that pass Birchwood, head towards Britsville. That storm moving to the east, northeast, about 25 miles an hour. Even without all that, there's a tremendous amount of lightning. As I've said, the thunder roars, head indoors. Get there to the lightning threat ends. The cell south of there, not severe, but raining itself out between Soddy Daisy and Lakeside. All right, we go to this cell that we're watching for northern Grundy County because that remains under tornado warning there in that part of Grundy County. The worst part of that storm is still just outside Grundy. We'll keep an eye on we always say respect the polygon here. We'll watch that. But it's basically near Somerville, kind of moving east, right along Tennessee Highway 55 and just to the east of 53, it looks like. Right in here, headed toward McMinnville. If you go a step further and just kind of pull out here just a little bit, you can see activity really starting to pick up. This is very concerning as all this starts to develop because, folks, when you got these individual cells developing, they can become stronger. And this is where you get the greater tornado threat with these particular cells, what we call discrete cells. Then when it starts forming in a line, damaging wind gust becomes the main threat. But these right here, that's concerning. Okay, that's going to keep us busy for a little while watching these. And here's the whole scope of the system itself. This is going to be a very rapidly changing, fast-moving system. We've got these individual cells here that we're watching and tracking. And then the main line is right here. In fact, add third. We got the storms we're watching over us now. We got these that have a high chance of producing tornadoes, already has tornado warnings along it. And then you got this main line back here, back behind it. Going to keep us busy for a large part of the evening. Again, the one tornado warning locally. This does include Grundy County, far northwestern part till 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. For the storm moving east at 35, it still appears that storm so far is just outside Grundy. It might move just northeast, but again, heads up, Beersheba Springs area, this little sliver here of northwestern Grundy. Be aware of that. That storm's headed toward McMinnville, and another severe warned storm with a potential tornado north of Woodbury. So 1 and 2 right there, tandem, moving northeast. We'll keep an eye on that for that part of Grundy County, that northwestern part of Grundy out till 6:30 Central Time. All right, and let's just zoom out to other parts of our viewing area. I know we got a lot of questions. I thank everybody for watching tonight. I do appreciate that. Our main concern here is keeping you informed and keeping you safe from these storms. And I want to go over, speaking of safety, what is safe, what is not safe, because the storms are starting to knock on our door. You need to have a severe weather plan, okay? Possibly you've gone over this with your family. Maybe you haven't, but now's the time to do that. Okay, now's a good time to do that. And I'm going to go over here to the map and I'm going to point this out for you. All right, so let me illustrate this real carefully. What is safe? What is not safe? Not safe are mobile homes, cars, vehicles, not safe. Large open rooms like gymnasiums, church sanctuaries, a mall, for example, top floors of buildings. I know a lot of folks may live in apartments. You need to get to the lowest level of an apartment complex. Nowhere to go in your apartment complex should there be a warning issue, okay? That's what's all not safe. Now, what's safe? Interior rooms of a well-built home, lowest level. That's the important thing. So if you have a basement or a storm shelter, great. But if you're in your home, don't have a storm shelter or basement, in your home, lowest level, away from windows, get to a hallway, small closet or bathroom. Anywhere that provides more walls protecting you, for example, like a hallway, you got the walls of the hallway, then the outer walls of your home. So in that interior wall of that hallway can be a big line of protection there. A closet, bathroom, same thing. Stay away from windows. You don't want that strong wind blowing that glass over you. So again, this is what's safe, not safe. May have that plan. Go over that with your family. If you live in a mobile home, say, hey, where do I go? First of all, if you know someone has a sturdier structure, plan on spending the evening at their place. Or check with your community and county, check on the availability of storm shelters and go there, okay? Because you are not safe in a mobile home. Interior room, basement, it doesn't work with a mobile home. Okay, folks, I can't stress that enough. We want you safe. Now, as I mentioned, tornado watch expansion probably coming up shortly. So heads up in Bradley, McMinn, Meigs, Ray. You know, more than likely this will be expanded with time. Okay, so understand that. This particular watch here, that includes Metro Chattanooga in Northwest Georgia, that's out to 11 o'clock Eastern. Okay, this will move very rapidly. This is going to be a rapidly changing event as we go through the evening hours. Let's take a look what the tornado warnings are. There are several not far from us, kind of knocking on the door. One, Metro Huntsville, actually 2 there. And then this one that's clipping the northwestern part of Grundy. It'll probably stay just to the northwest, but heads up in Van Buren, Warren County near McMinnville, and areas south of Murfreesboro. We're going to track those, but also starting to see some scattered development in here. Okay, so those are the tornado warnings at the moment. Still a pretty nasty storm where there is a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of lightning with this. Right along 58, southern part of Meigs County, just south of Decatur. So Birchwood, Britsville, that area, a lot of lightning with that. And still there was a little bit of rotation noted with it. So it's a strong storm, and we've tracked this storm for about the past several hours. You can see right there, very strong wind gust potential right along just west of 58. It's past Birchwood and right along 58. So heed the warning there. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, but don't just treat it as, well, that's just a severe thunderstorm warning. You got to treat a severe thunderstorm warning as you would like a tornado warning. Okay? Get to a safe place. Let this storm pass by. A lot of lightning with that as well, which is dangerous enough. Again, this is out till 7:30 Eastern time. That storm is moving to the east at 25 miles an hour. There have been reports of some trees down in northern Hamilton County as the storm rolled by. So again, as we're showing you the velocity scan, it's got that potential. So let's do a tracker on this cell because this is not the only severe storm. This is the leading edge. Need more to come. And here's just a quick tracker. Riceville along and east of 75 around 728. Athens, 744. Tellico Plains, 748. So Athens, Inglewood, Riceville, Goodfield. That's where that storm's heading. Just know and understand it has a history of producing some wind damage and also some heavy rain and lightning with that one. This cell raining itself out near Sunny Daisy, not severe, but again, the intensity of the rain has gone up, come back down, and you kind of see us kind of pick it back up. We'll keep an eye on that near 27. Noisy, but not severe, but it does mean more heavy rain coming your way towards Birchwood. All right. So we got a couple of things. Western Jackson County locally. In around Huntsville, this tornado warned storm, then an expansion of a severe thunderstorm warning. That is out for areas still west of Scottsboro till 7 o'clock Central. Storm moving east at 40. So we'll put a tracker on that. Someone had requested that, and I'm here to please you. I'm here to keep you informed. So if we track the leading edge of that storm approaching downtown Huntsville, okay, there's a potential movement over the next hour. So it could go as far east as Scottsboro by the top of the hour, 7 Central, 8 Eastern. Skyline just before 7 Central. And Huntsville over the next few minutes. So there again, outline for that severe thunderstorm warning that is out for western Jackson County, Alabama. Again, look at the entire overview of the viewing area. Okay, we've got the warning out here for McMinn, which has actually just been expanded. Let's go and take a look at that. Your no alert radio or your device may have gone off. This one is significant. This one's actually moving in almost the exact same path as the storm we had Friday night. And with that, there could be some rotation with that. The fact that this severe thunderstorm warning is outlined in orange, okay, indicates the chance that this could spin up a tornado rather quickly. So here's what I want you to do. Listen to the text of this, and I want you to get to a safe place in these areas, okay? So southwestern Meigs, McMinn, northwestern Monroe. Severe thunderstorm warning out until 8 o'clock Eastern time. All right, severe thunderstorm located about 9 miles northwest of Charleston or about 10 miles southwest of Decatur, moving east at 40. This could produce wind gusts of 60 and penny-sized hail. This is Doppler radar indicated, but areas along this path, Riceville, Madisonville, Inglewood, Mount Vernon, Hillview, Athens, Etowah, Nyota, and Tellico Plains. And again, because there's been some noted rotation with that storm, because this is outlined in orange, you need to treat this as you would a tornado warning and get to your safe place if you live in this polygon, okay? I can't stress that enough. This is a pretty strong storm. It's just south of Decatur, right along 58. Look at this velocity scan. Right there, right along and just east of 58, potential rotation with that storm, okay? So this is very close to the storm that we had Friday night. This has had a history of already producing some downed trees in northern Hamilton County, right along 58 in these areas, crossing into McMinn County, right along the Meigs-McMinn line. Let's get to a safe place. Let's get to a safe place so this storm passes on by. Let me zoom out a bit so you see a little bit better. But you can see right here, potential rotation with that. It's not all of the thunderstorm. It's just that flank there just to the northeast of 58, just to the south of Decatur. Watch the movement, and you can see it right there. Potential rotation. That's why this severe thunderstorm warning is outlined in orange, indicating the potential that could have a quick spin-up tornado with that. So Riceville, Athens, Inglewood, Etowah, Madisonville, all in this polygon with a severe thunderstorm warning. That's out till the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Eastern time. We'll come back to that storm momentarily. Cell behind it in Soddy Daisy and moving toward Lakeside and Shore Acres. Not severe, but heavy rain. Another round of heavy rain moving towards Birchwood and Georgetown. Let's go to northwestern Grundy. Okay, northwestern Grundy has been taken out of that warning. And as we've been noting, it's kind of moving northeast away. So northwestern Grundy no longer under that tornado warning. That's good. Not good for areas like Warren County, McMinnville, Viola. And just to give you that, if you're watching the stream, okay, that tornado warning remains in effect headed toward McMinnville and this other storm just north and west toward Woodbury. But heads up in Van Buren County near Spencer. Okay, this storm is moving northeast. It could impact Van Buren County and eventually Cumberland County. So this tornado warning storm here, Van Buren, Cumberland, we'll keep you posted should they expand that warning. Other warnings in around the Huntsville metro area. Tremendous amount of lightning with that. And a couple of warnings also back over northern parts of Mississippi. Again, area-wide tornado watch out till 11 o'clock Eastern. I do anticipate, and the Storm Prediction Center has indicated that they'll probably expand this watch as storms are starting to develop and percolate a bit. So understand that might get expanded with time. And also understand, folks, that all modes of severe weather are possible tonight. Again, we're already seeing the threat level there, okay? So I've got the main line 9 to 1 Eastern, but understand that we're starting to see stuff percolate in advance of the main line. So it's going to be changing that quite a bit. So I'll take that timing off just to avoid any confusion there with that. Because what we're doing now is we're now nowcasting. And again, that tornado warning that was in effect for Grundy County, Grundy's no longer under that polygon. But that storm, that tornado warning storm is for Coffee, Warren, Cannon County, out to 6:30 Central. That storm moving east at 45. Let me put a tracker on that for you because that'll be getting close potentially to Van Buren County. Even maybe parts of Bledsoe. So this is just a rough estimate of that tornado warning storm back here. Spencer, 636. Lantana area, 705, not far from Crossville. So watching that cell there, not far from Urban College, not far from McMinnville and Warren County, moving to the east and northeast. You keep an eye on this cell here. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. As I mentioned before, because this is outlined in orange, means that it could have a tornado, quick development tornado with it, because it's got some rotation along that line in southern Meigs and around the McMinn County border. It has produced some trees down in northern Hamilton County. So let's take a look at that, where that rotation was. It was near the Britsville area, I believe, last time we looked and checked. Yeah, but it's now moving north of there. Still see it a little bit right there. I'll point it out. About right here. Do a little loop on it. right in here, right along the county line, potential for a little bit of broad rotation with that. So at the very least, it's producing some damage. Wind gust of 60 miles an hour or higher, and even some hail. But we'll keep an eye on that. It's bounded just south now at 58. There's Lamontville, Hillsview. You know, that storm you went through Friday night in that area, it's kind of moving the exact same path. So Riceville, Athens, Inglewood, just be aware you are all in this polygon. And severe thunderstorm warning out till 8 Eastern time. So there's Hillsview where it's over now, but heads up in Riceville, Suburban Hills, South Liberty, Athens, Wesleyan, Inglewood, Mashburn, Manila, Arden, Mecca, all the way to Tellico Plains, all within this polygon. The storm itself near Hillsview, moving east at 40. Let's do a quick tracker on that for you. The map self-populates. I don't put the titles on there. So if you don't see your town name, it's because of spacing. I don't understand it. Like a lot of times I don't see Inglewood on there. It'll show up when you zoom in, but I know where that is. Beautiful town. I want to make sure you guys know that. So sometimes you don't see a town name listed, but it's there. It's on the map. It's just that when the map self-populates, I can't control that. So anyway, just want to let you know that. Athens, Etowah, Tellico Plains. It's a potential arrival time. Athens around 7:30. Etowah 7:43. Tellico Plains for 8 o'clock. Calderwood, Tariffville, right around 8 to 8:15 Eastern. So moving out of Meigs, eventually to McMinn and Monroe County. And then the cell, northern Hamilton County, not severe, just more heavy rain. And then we got all these back here. Again, let me point out what I'm concerned about. These individual strong supercells here, potential. And when they develop like that, they can oftentimes have the higher chance of tornado development. And then when it forms in a line here, like you see along I-40, you have a higher likelihood of damaging wind gust. And some tornadoes on the line, but your threat level's higher for wind gusts here, tornadoes here with these cells. We're even starting to see more percolating here west of Franklin County. So we got a lot of cells to watch, folks. And here's an even broader view. Again, the main line we're watching is advancing east really quickly. Nashville down to Tupelo, there's that line. But then there's these supercells in advance. Let's see. April, thanks for watching. Inglewood, I just mentioned Inglewood. Thanks so much for watching. Faye watching Chickamauga. Yes, Allison, Dade County under that watch, so 11 o'clock. Most of that northwestern corner of Georgia is. Noah noting that downpour in Soddy Daisy. Hello, Teresa watching Dayton Mountain. Hello, Anita watching from Resaca. And Carrie from Dalton. All right. Let's go back, take a look where the tornado warnings are. Again, it's just on the outside of the viewing area, but we got to watch this real carefully. We've got that one in Warren County, but heads up in Van Buren. That is a tornado warning storm. You might see that change for Van Buren shortly. We'll come back to that momentarily. Massive storm here west of downtown Huntsville. That's a tornado warning on that storm. That's for Limestone in Madison County. This is a confirmed tornado. If you're familiar with the Huntsville area near Tanner or right near Athens, moving east at 35. Not only that, 2-inch diameter ping pong ball size hail. That's a confirmed tornado near Athens, Alabama, moving east at 35. And we got to watch this for potentially Jackson County downstream. Let's look at the velocity scan. We'll take the lightning off so you see it a little bit better. Oh, yeah. Look, that's near Madison. Right here. Right along 72. That's a tornado there. That's a confirmed tornado there around Highway 72, west of Huntsville. See if the debris tracker picks that up at all. We'll go back to the radar view here. And that's a confirmed tornado east now of Athens, Alabama. So we're going to keep an eye on that because downstream, moving east, Jackson County, Scottsboro to Henniger, and eventually in the North Georgia, roughly over the next hour or two. So we got to watch this really carefully. Also watching this warned storm for potentially in Van Buren County. Yeah, still some right there near Irving College. Right in Minville to Irving College, rotation there. This is still a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. There we go for Van Buren County, just issued. So Van Buren County and Warren County, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Out till 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central for Central Warren and all of Van Buren County. I'll read you the text here. You can see the storm right there. We just pointed out. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near McMinnville, moving east at 45. Potential for a tornado and quarter-size hail. Spencer, McMinnville, Fall Creek Falls, all potentially in that polygon as it moves to the east. So again, for Van Buren County locally, tornado warning in effect until 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Again, now's the time to take cover if you live in this polygon. I'll remove the label so you can see where you are. Spencer, Welchland, these areas, and right along 111 up to Fall Creek Falls. I think the Fall Creek Falls area very close by. Highway 30 and 111, where it intersects as this storm rolls in. Again, the worst part of that storm is about to move out of the previous polygon and into this one for Eastern Warren and on into Van Buren County. You can see the broad rotation there near McMinnville. There's Highway 70 South, Highway 30. So heads up in Spencer as that storm draws closer. That warning out to the top of the hour, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Again, the only tornado warning locally is over Van Buren County. We're going to keep a close eye on that one. But heads up, seek shelter, stay in your safe place for the next, 30 minutes there in that part of Van Buren. And also heads up in Cumberland and neighbor portions of Bledsoe County. So we watch that. Let's go back to the other warned storms here in near Athens, Tennessee. Again, we've got this elongated severe thunderstorm warning out for this fast-moving cell just west of Athens, moving east at around 40. It's also out to 8 o'clock Eastern. Again, it has had a history of having some rotation with it, producing some wind damage. The worst part of that storm is right along Highway 39 and west of 11. Now mostly in McMinn County. You can still see a little bit of velocity there, just a little bit. Approaching Highway 39, so it's still got a chance for some damaging wind gusts right in here. So approaching Riceville. And right along 75, where it intersects 39 to Riceville, that interchange there on Highway 11. But heads up in Athens, down to Etowah, up to Inglewood, Manila, those areas. As it heads off to the east. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Wind gusts up to 60, penny-sized hail possible as it moves to the east and eventually makes it into Tellico Plains, into Monroe County, okay? So we are watching that cell. Take a look again at that tornado warned storm there in Huntsville. Let me go back to the tornado warning page. You can see this. I'll take the lightning off a little bit so you can see a little bit better. And that one this is a confirmed tornado near Madison, Huntsville. Let me give you the text of the warning here. That tornado warning out till 6:45 Central. That'll probably get extended. But let me read it. For Limestone County, this is a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for western Madison, eastern Limestone County. Particularly dangerous situation. And if you're listening to this stream or you know people living there, let them know. Seek shelter immediately. There's a tornado emergency for western Madison, eastern Limestone County. Radar confirmed tornado. It will be near Madison and Huntsville around 6:30 Central. UAH and Redstone Arsenal around 6:35 Central. Alabama A&M around 6:45 Central. That storm moving to the east at 35. That's a tornado emergency there from near Madison to Huntsville. You can see the velocity scan. It shows it very well. Unfortunately. Right there. Right along Highway 72 and approaching the western edge of the Huntsville area, Redstone Arsenal. Now heads up in Jackson County, because as that storm moves east at 35. Okay. It's going to go right along and just north of Highway 72, but heads up Gurley, Princeton, Scottsboro. Could be as far east as Scottsboro at 726 Central. Skyline around 712. Again, this is with a tornado emergency warned storm between Madison and Huntsville. And this is for areas just to the west of Huntsville, tracking that storm, that tornado emergency. There's Huntsville right there. Research Park Boulevard. If you're familiar with Huntsville, that huge research area, Redstone Arsenal area over here. Circulation right in here, potentially. We'll keep an eye on that for Jackson County. Now for Van Buren County, as we watch this velocity scan here, you can see just about along Highway 30, getting into Van Buren County, rotation right in here. Again, this tornado warning out for Van Buren County. Out to the top of the hour, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. You can see the rotation there in the velocity scan. That's going to be east at 45. So areas like Spencer, Fall Creek Falls. Looks like the storm is just about to pass McMinnville and headed toward the county line. So these areas right along Highway 30. As that storm continues moving to the east. All right, folks, still tracking that tornado warning storm, Van Buren County. Going to keep an eye on that for Spencer, all around Mooneyham area, and moving its way on off to the east. And I want to show you again another big area of concern. We're going to watch this for Cumberland and parts of Bledsoe County. But if you go back here to the south, this massive storm, confirmed tornado, that's just west of Huntsville. We're going to have to watch that as it moves through and could impact eventually into Jackson County, Alabama. Here's Jackson County, the county line right here. And there's that tornado emergency right there. And that's out to at least 7:45 Eastern. They'll probably update that shortly. Now we still have the severe thunderstorm warning out for this cell near Athens. Again, this is out until 8 o'clock. Wind gusts up to 60, penny-sized hail possible as that storm moves to the east at 30 miles an hour. Has had a little bit of rotation, at least a history of it. We've been tracking this one for a long time. But right now between Riceville and Athens, worst part of the storm, a lot of lightning with that as well. So good idea just to stay inside, let the storm move on through. At the very least, some very strong wind gusts, and again, potential of a little broad rotation there near Riceville. It's probably where some of the strongest wind gusts are at the moment. Right in here. So that extends all the way to Tellico Plains between now and the top of the hour. Okay. And as you can see, here's what we got for the things are going to start getting a little bit busier here shortly over a large part of our viewing area. We're probably going to see more and more warnings popping off. You got that cluster of storms there, these individual cells starting to percolate, and they're developing in an area that's got ample energy and lift. And then the main line is back here, although the line's broken just a bit. I'll show you an expanded view of that. You can kind of see what I'm mentioning here. So we got this cluster of tornado warned storms near Huntsville, tornado emergency there. Let's watch that. There's a break-in line here to here. So it may take a line this way and a line this way. So, let's watch and see what this does right here. That holds together, first for Jackson County, then eventually on eastward. Now, Jackson County does have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Areas west of Scottsboro to the top of the hour. And it's for that same storm coming in that has a tornado emergency with it near Huntsville. So there's a polygon, the red tornado warning there in Huntsville. See right here, near that, what's known as Research Park Boulevard Northwest. Tornado emergency there. That's called, it's very rare you see that, but that's the case in Limestone and Madison County in the Huntsville metro area. Now we've had the update to the tornado watch. Now includes all of our viewing area. Everybody under this part of North Georgia out to 2 a.m. Eastern. It probably won't be that long for the storms to get there. It'll probably expire well before that. But from Dalton eastward, that tornado watch out till 2 a.m. For areas like, say, Ringgold, Chickamauga, Lafayette, Trenton, this is out. Well, they've extended that also to 2 a.m. It was out to 11. Now it's out to 2 a.m. Southeast Tennessee, let's see, for Hamilton, they changed that. Hamilton's out to 2 a.m. also. Yes, it kind of just basically blanket extended everybody. So tornado watch out and out to 2 a.m. It'll probably move through and out before 2 a.m. Be aware of that, but just know that all areas locally now under a tornado watch. And again, folks, as you're seeing in the radar view, all modes of severe weather possible. Damaging wind gusts, tornadoes, large hail, all are possible. I don't like giving news like that, but that's the way it is. Here are the tornado warnings at the moment. We're tracking the one over Van Buren County. We'll look at that momentarily. And that tornado emergency there in and around Huntsville. Folks, I see your comments. People noted no sound. Yeah, I had to check in with the newsroom there, so I had to turn my mic off just for a minute so we could verify a few things. But that's all. So every now and then you might hear the microphone go off for a second, but it won't be long. Go back up. Another tornado warned storm near Bell Buckle. You can see these supercells right here. This is very concerning. A real concern now for Jackson and eventually DeKalb County with that cell southwest of Huntsville. So if you live in Jackson, DeKalb, let's watch that really carefully. If you're in northern Bledsoe and Cumberland, let's watch that. All right, here we go. Western Jackson County now under that tornado warning. right, I'm going to read you the text of this. This is out till 7:30 East, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. Tornado warning for northwestern Jackson County and northeast Alabama, central Madison County and north central Alabama. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near UAH in Huntsville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Again, this is for a confirmed tornado near UAH, as we've been showing you on the radar view there. That storm, that confirmed tornado, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. So this tornado warning now includes the far western portion of Jackson County. Doesn't include Scottsboro yet. Okay? You can see the tornado warning storm there. Moving east at 30. Yeah, it'll stay within that polygon over the next hour. But there's a potential movement. Princeton in western Jackson County, just south of the high top radar site, but heads up Scottsboro, okay? Heads up with the potential of that storm. It is north of 72. It might drift more north where that polygon shows it, but just heads up there. This is for that tornado warning, which includes now western Jackson County till 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's also go back to Van Buren County. You can see nearing Spencer, that very broad rotation noted with that storm. High 30 to 111, but it's basically right along 30. This particular tornado warning remains in effect, I believe, the top of the hour. Top of the hour, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern. Here's a broad overview of the entire viewing area. Again, you can see where the warning storms are. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, McMinn to Monroe. This tornado warning, Van Buren. And this tornado warning, far northwestern part of Jackson County. Cluster of showers and some thunder, eastern Jackson, Dade, Marion. None of these are severe, but they are right on the leading edge where storms are stronger. A little breezy and rainy, but these right here, I'm showing you, are not severe. So I just wanted to show you area wide what we're looking at. If I'm leaving your area out, I apologize. It just means that you don't have anything happening yet, and take that as a good thing. But again, the expansion of the tornado watch area wide out to 2 a.m. Eastern. That includes, of course, North Georgia. This just expanded the timeline. Southeast Tennessee out to 2 a.m. as well. And this shows you what we're watching, but just look at the broad overview, okay? We've got one line segment here, another one here, and then right in between that tornado emergency, that confirmed tornado in Huntsville. I'm real concerned about that for Jackson, Franklin, Marion, Dade, maybe, as that starts moving eastward with time. Okay. Let me check out another screen here, folks. All right. So we got a line segment here, line here. This is basically where it's ending, where it's clearing out. And then this really, the worst of it's right here. And that's going to be headed eastward. I'm really, we really got to watch this for Franklin, Jackson, Marion, Dade. If that holds together, that's a very dangerous storm there. I'll go over and point this out a bit. Just to let you know, I'm here in the studio. Here's that one line here, involving I-40 moving east. Individual storms out advance of it. That's what we're watching for Van Buren County. But then we got this nasty cluster here. This is where those supercells develop, and it's really taking advantage of the atmospheric conditions, the reason why that is producing a tornado there. Then this other line segment here, we'll have to watch what happens in the next hour or two. This is moving more toward the east-southeast a bit. So we'll see if that line break continues or if more develops in that line. But in fact, that's still a tornado emergency in and around Huntsville and moving east, which still includes northwestern Jackson County. So very concerned about that as that moves more east because of the confirmed tornado and a lot of warm moist air feeding into the supercell. This heads up in Franklin, heads up in Marion, heads up the rest of Jackson, even parts of DeKalb as that storm moves to the east. Very concerning there. There's that severe thunderstorm warning. Monroe remains in effect. And this map basically outlines the tornado warnings in effect. So again, this tornado emergency near Huntsville, that's prompted this tornado warning in far northwestern Jackson County until at least 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. And also here in Van Buren County near Spencer. That's out to the top of the hour, about the next 7 minutes. And we'll take a look at the velocity on that. It's been very broad, but you can see it near Spencer. Right in here, very broad circulation there. So we'll have to watch that for neighboring counties like Cumberland, northern parts of Bledsoe with time. And keeping the velocity scan up, let's go down to Jackson County. Excuse me. Not Jackson yet. Still west of Jackson County. This is for Madison County. And you see that storm right there, north of Huntsville up to about Moore's Mill. It's approaching the county line there. That again was a confirmed tornado and ping pong ball size hail. That storm is moving to the east at 30. Let's hope everybody's okay there. That's just that's something you don't like to see on the radar. I just don't. It's heartbreaking because I know a lot of folks live through there. And Let's just hope everybody's safe with that. And then we got to really watch this as it draws closer to Jackson. You know, eventually Southern Marion or Franklin, however it continues moving. Let's keep an eye on that. New advisory out for McMinn and Monroe. And what's going to happen here, and this is actually a good thing. You want some good news tonight? The fact that this is going to be an advisory on this cell till 9 p.m. is a step below. It's a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. But it does mean wind gusts could be as high as 40, along with pea-size hail. And that's with that storm near Athens. Okay, I'll read you the text from the National Weather Service. Storm near Athens moving to the east at 30. Could have wind gusts of 40 and pea-size hail. So Madisonville, Fort Loudon State Park, Inglewood, Athens, Nyota, Vonore. Be aware as that crosses 411. Now I mentioned Inglewood. It's going to cross probably just right near Inglewood and north. Crossing right over you and into this area, but they're probably going to allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire. It'll expire in 4 minutes anyway, being replaced by this advisory. Let's just take a look at the velocity scan one more time there. Athens, no doubt has some wind gusts with it, but not as pronounced as a rotation as it once was. So again, this warning will expire in 4 minutes, and this advisory takes over for the next hour. So be aware of that. And right now in Athens, eventually Nyota, Inglewood, Etowah, the strong storm with gust upwards of 40 possible. All right, this tornado warning just got expanded here. Let's go back to the tornado warning page. Southern Cumberland County now under this tornado warning. So just as you moments ago, tornado warning for Southern Cumberland County, Van Buren, out till 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Spencer, moving east at 40. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail as it moves to the east at 40 miles an hour. And a few moments ago, we noted that rotation near Spencer. Right in here, along Highway 30, moving east and northeast. So they've expanded that tornado warning polygon. It surprisingly doesn't include Bledsoe County, but heads up Bledsoe, northwest of Pikeville, as that moves from White County into Cumberland County, from Crossville and south. So that new tornado warning out till the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern time, roughly the next hour. Looking over some of your comments here. Yes, Chuck, that's exactly the one we are focused on right now. Linda says it stopped in Athens. Yes, thank you, Noah, for that update. That's what we're tracking. So again, we'll keep an eye on that for Van Buren and Cumberland County. Another warned storm here. That was near Belt Buckle. I think it's moved east of there, but that's near Manchester. And you can see, I don't like the way these look. These supercells are really developing there. North of Manchester, that tornado warning there, northeast of 41, east of 24. So we got to watch that for Warren County. And folks, eventually in Van Buren, another potential tornado warned storm coming your way. From this one, moving east-northeast. And of course, watching this one now just east of Huntsville as it moves into northwestern Jackson County. That part of northwestern Jackson under this tornado warning until 7:30, roughly the next 30 minutes. It'll probably get expanded more because that storm is really holding together. You see the velocity scan there. Not hard to pick out where you're seeing the rotation. And look at the hail. Oh my goodness. Let me take the warning off just for a second. You can kind of see. That's almost ping pong ball size hail in around Huntsville. Checking for hail on these other, there's smaller little hail signatures in there. Spencer, a little bit. Not much in that corner near Athens, but boy, that one, very well developed storm near Huntsville and just north of there as well. You can see another tornado warned storm south of that area over near Hartselle, Alabama. That cell right there headed east. We'll have to keep an eye on that for southern Jackson County with time. But here's that rotation with that tornado warned storm. Let me read you the update on that storm. This was updated just a minute ago. Tornado warning remains in effect for northwestern Jackson County and central Madison County. Confirmed tornado located near Moore's Mill, moving east at 30 miles an hour. It's a radar confirmed tornado. It's going to be moving over rural areas of northwestern Jackson County. Maysville, Princeton, Estill Fork, Pleasant Groves, Ryland, Holly Tree, and Larkin. Can't stress this enough, but get to shelter till this passes by. And that part of northwestern Jackson County where it's about to move into that part of the county. Just almost to the east of Moore's Mill. Now, right along it just north of 72 and be crossing that Alabama Highway 65 in the next 30 minutes. So over near Gurley. And here's that tornado warned storm here. That is near Spencer, now northeast of Spencer, heading into northern White County and into southern Cumberland. So from Crossville to Crab Orchard, that tornado warning out there till 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. May not be one touching down, but it could, based on the strength of that storm, get to a safe place immediately till the storm passes by. That could also have large hail with that one, moving east at around 40 miles an hour. This warning does not include northern Bledsoe, but I'm just tracking it for you, letting you know. North of Pikeville into the mountainous areas here, not far from Fall Creek Falls. Be aware, very strong gust potential because it's so close to where that potential rotation is. So heads up that area. That's north of Pikeville. Let me just zoom in. Saratoga Springs, Sampson, Cold Spring, actually just north of Cold Spring. So just be aware of that, even though you're outside where that warning is. And if we do a tracker on this particularly warned storm, And that's out till 7:30 Central. It's moving east at 30. Here's just a potential based on where that large part of the circulation is. East at 30. Okay. This is where that potential tornado warned storm could move, potentially. So just heads up in Garth, Princeton. It could move outside the polygon from Skyline. This is within the hour. Over to Wanville. But again, this is just south of Stevenson and Bridgeport. So heads up in Scottsboro. And then all these areas north on 72 north of Scottsboro. I'm looking over some of the comments here, folks, because I've been consumed with the radar. And I just see someone saying I'm not answering a question. Let me see what your question is, okay? I got to preface this by saying with so much going on, I'm not staring at the questions, okay? I'm trying to look, but it's so hard when I've got so many storms on here. So you want to know about North Georgia, okay? Okay. We're watching this particularly warned storm here. That's the movement over the next hour. I have to see if it holds together. But if it does hold together, then yes, during the 9 o'clock hour, we got to see what happens if it moves through Jackson to Cap, if it impacts Dade or Walker. We got to watch that. So we will watch that. But as far as all these other areas, tornado watch is out for all areas locally till 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Across North Georgia, as far as a radar point of view, not much going on at the moment. Okay? But it will change. Because look what's happening. Look at all these storms moving in. Storms north, storm central part of the viewing area, all moving east. It's about to get really busy. And we mentioned earlier on newscast from 8 to 10 p.m. it's going to really start picking up, and that's what's happening right now. So I hope that answers your questions, okay? And I don't mean to leave anybody out. I don't. But we got lots going on. I can't get to every question, okay? I'm trying to do my best. Northern Grundy under this warning here. That storm near Viola. Let's just isolate what the tornado warnings are. You can see this whole cluster right here has got tornado warnings all along it. For that cluster there and this cluster of storms here coming out of eastern Jackson County. Coming out of eastern Madison towards western Jackson County. So here we go. It's knocking on our door now. Let's see if they got Grundy included on here. Yeah, it's far northern Grundy County. This tornado warning out until 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, moving east at 40 miles an hour. We're going to have our on-air audience join us momentarily, folks, because we have a lot of warnings to talk about. Our on-air audience join us as we continue our coverage here, because we have so many warnings now starting to show up on the outer edge of the viewing area, and we're going to let you know what's happening out there. So our live stream here will not be interrupted. We're just going to have the on-air audience join us as well. We have several tornado warnings with these two storms. This one right here, this one right here, okay? And it does include northern Grundy County, Van Buren, and southern parts of Cumberland County. You can see the movement of these two cells off to the east and northeast. If I just show you a velocity scan, you can kind of see where the rotation is with that. Right here, just northeast of Manchester, and right here, approaching the southern part of Cumberland County with those warnings. Now, to the south, Western parts of Jackson County under a tornado warning as well. You can see this. This was a tornado emergency over Huntsville. That cell moving right along the Madison and Jackson County line, moving to the east. I want to welcome those of you who've been watching our coverage on ABC. We have been doing this live storm tracking on our social media channels, and we're welcoming you to that coverage as well. A lot going on, folks. Tornado warning now continues over western Jackson County in our viewing area. I'll get the update on that one coming up momentarily. But we got tornado warnings also active for northern Grundy County. For this cell here, just west of Viola, which could impact the northern part of Grundy County. And then eventually in Van Buren County, this broad circulation here for a potential tornado approaching into Cumberland County near Crossville. There it is from the reflectivity point of view. But for Cumberland County, this tornado warning is out to the top of the hour, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. That storm is moving to the east at 40. Could have ping pong ball size hail and also possibly produce a tornado. For northern Grundy and Van Buren County, kind of an odd-shaped polygon, but it's for this cell, which is just southwest of McMinnville. That is also out till 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern time. That's a tornado warning out for Van Buren, northern Grundy, till 9 Eastern. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Summitville or just northeast of Manchester, moving east at 40. Ping pong ball size hail, and of course a tornado possible with that storm. That's 2 tornado warned storms there. And then we have this one here. This particular tornado warning is for a storm that rolled out from the Huntsville area with a tornado emergency attached to it. That was a confirmed tornado that rolled through Limestone in Madison County, Alabama. This tornado warning is out till 7:30 Central, that's 8:30 Eastern time. A confirmed tornado located near Newmarket, or about 7 miles east of Moore's Mill in Madison County, moving east at 30. And there was a debris signature seen north of Gurley, which basically means this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Okay? Areas impacted by this into Jackson County: Maysville, Skyline, Princeton, Estill Fork, Larkin, Gurley right near the county line, and the Garth community. Again, in this area, let me turn on the velocity scan. That is right near Gurley, where they had a debris signature seen there. If you're in this polygon in Jackson County, Pleasant Grove, Skyline, Princeton, you need to get to shelter immediately. This is a confirmed tornado, one that's been confirmed since the time it rolled through and just west of Huntsville, through Huntsville, and now near the Gurley area. So that is a confirmed tornado now crossing the county line into Jackson County. Seek shelter. Stay there till we give you the all clear in that area. Now, zooming out a bit, okay, because we know that storm's moving east at 30. Let's put just a quick tracker on here for you. Okay, this is why we got to watch this real carefully, because downstream, if it holds together, eventually the eastern part of Jackson County, you have Princeton, Skyline. These are all Central Time, please note. Hollywood community around 7:53. Skyline around 7:35. Princeton around 7:21. But again, this could include Central and Eastern Jackson County, and eventually downstream, heads up in Dade, Walker, stay updated. And we are going to do that for that cell, that tornado warned cell coming right along the county line between Madison and Jackson County, Alabama. Very, very dangerous storm there. Going back to the east for this tornado warning, go back to the north, this tornado warning, which includes northern Grundy County. That part of northern Grundy until 9 Eastern, 8 Central. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. It is moving east at 40 miles an hour. It's approaching the Viola area just north of Grundy County, right near Somerville and Tennessee Highway 55, and just to the southwest of McMinnville. Now, near McMinnville, there was another cell that moved just southeast of there that prompted this other tornado warning, which is now affecting northern parts of Bledsoe into southern Cumberland County. Bledsoe not under that warning, but that area there can at least be impacted by at least very strong wind gusts. But heads up in Lake Tansy, Crossville area. Tornado warning there in Cumberland County and Van Buren, that whole area until 9 Eastern, 8 Central time. Let me give you a broad overview of our entire viewing area. We have other cells out there, just to give you an overview of what we're watching. We got one cell that's really gotten stronger over the past few minutes near Whitwell to Dunlap. No warning or advisory on it, but it's developed pretty quickly, okay? So heads up, it's getting pretty noisy northern parts of Marion into Sequatchie and neighboring portions of Grundy County. So Dunlap, you're hearing that thunder coming across the valley to the south. This other cell we tracked throughout the evening, finally breaking up near Madisonville. This is an advisory for that storm. That's going to be moving on out for wind gusts upwards of 40 miles an hour. But again, that one finally weakening. But now we got all these tornado warned cells. It's really two of them right here. This one and this one moving east-northeast. And then this dangerous one here, accompanied by a ton of lightning, moving into Jackson County. And another one right on its heels near Lacey Springs. I mentioned that because as it moves east with time, it could impact parts of Jackson and DeKalb County, Alabama. But let's zoom out a second. You can see now the whole complex that we're watching. Now, we mentioned this earlier in our newscast. So you got between 8 and 10 o'clock Eastern, things are really going to start picking up. This is what we're seeing. So it extends back toward Nashville. The problem here is these individual cells in advance of the main line have become discrete supercells, the reason why they're developing tornadic activity. We expand the view a little bit more. You can see the clusters of storms knocking on our door of the viewing area here. One line from Nashville into southern Kentucky moving more east. This other line here advancing more toward the east a bit as well. So it's kind of a broken line here, but right in between is that extremely dangerous storm now into Jackson County. So that gives you an overview of what we're watching and why more warnings could potentially be issued the farther east we go very shortly. It is worth noting also, tornado watch remains in effect area-wide until 2 a.m. It will probably not be a threat through 2 a.m., but it's out until 2 a.m. And there shows you the current tornado warnings. Locally, Cumberland, Van Buren, far northern Grundy, right on the county line. Not as much the rest of the county, but on the county line. And then this one in western parts of Jackson County. This particular cell here, no warning with that, but we'll keep an eye on that. Let's check out the tornado warned storms. This really dangerous one here. This is a confirmed tornado now into Jackson County. Let's switch and go to velocity. Right there, just now east-northeast of Gurley, where they did have a debris signature, meaning damage, debris aloft being pulled up from the surface. Drop between Princeton, Pleasant Grove. This warning out till 7:30. Next 10 minutes, I have a feeling this may get extended into the rest of Jackson County. So heads up in Scottsboro to Stevenson, as that may get extended with time, okay? In Van Buren County, 2 cells to watch. One about to move out of the county to the northeast. Another one southwest of McMinnville here that's probably this warning. It's right there. And that's included in that is northern Grundy County. That out until 9 Eastern, 8 Central. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. May not necessarily be one on the ground, but at the very least, when you've got, broad circulation there, it could, at the very least, cause some wind damage for McMinnville, Irving College, and headed toward portions of Van Buren County. So Van Buren on the south side under this warning until 8 o'clock. On the north side of Van Buren, the warning near Spencer, that particular cell moving away. So it is now crossing mainly into White and Cumberland County. Picked up better on the Morristown radar. You can see it right here. So heads up in Crossville and this area on the mountain west of 127. Moving east. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. Lantana community right there. If there's a tornado developing, it'd be right in there. Right in here. But Crossville, Crab Orchard, all in this polygon till the top of the hour. And it is impacting with some strong wind gusts in northern part of Bledsoe County. Bledsoe not technically under a warning, just be advised. It's that area on the mountain west of 127. Let's do a track on this one. We'll do a track on all the tornado warned storms here. Track that leading edge of the worst part of the storm. So this is a rough estimate here. This is the worst part of the storm, so it could be near Lantana, 7:37 Central, next 10 to 15 minutes. As far east as potentially Rockwood by 9:08 Eastern. So we go from central to eastern, okay? To the other warned storm near Viola. Is that still near Viola? No, it's more towards southwest of McMinnville. But it is probably going to impact southern Van Buren County. The warning out there until 9 Eastern. So this is just a rough estimate. It could go as far east as Pikeville. Again, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. It could go right over the northern part of Grundy, but if you go here, these are all central time. Curtistown 7:45, that's into Van Buren. Welchland 7:55, and possibly as far east as Pikeville that holds together around 8:20 Central. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's a velocity scan. This gives you an idea of the rainfall and radar signatures here. So raining heavily, lots of lightning, loud clouds of thunder, very noisy storm along with the tornado threat. So the tornado threat on these storms, again, is back in here, but all around there is loud. Those loud claps of thunder and very heavy rain moving in. Okay, That warning just got extended for Jackson County. No surprise here. So this part of Jackson County and DeKalb County and parts of Franklin County, now tornado warning out till 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Let me read you the text of this warning. It's a brand new tornado warning issued just moments ago. Tornado warning for Jackson County, northeastern DeKalb, southeastern Franklin. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. Tornado-producing storm was located near Skyline, or about 10 miles northwest of Scottsboro, moving northeast at 40. So communities that could be impacted: Skyline around 725 Central, Stevenson around 740 Central, Bridgeport 755 Central. Other areas that could be included: High Top, Russell Cave area, Princeton, Martintown, just to name a few. But again, if you live in these areas bounded by this polygon, seek shelter immediately until we give you the all clear. Let me show the velocity scan of this storm. It's a very large storm, lightning as far east as Stevenson, all the way back to the county line. Very heavy rain from north of Scottsboro all the way to the Tennessee state line. But if you look at just where it's the worst part of the storm rotation could be, let me take off the lightning so you can see a little bit better. Right near Skyline. Rotation right there. Again, in relation to Scottsboro, it's about 10 miles northwest of Scottsboro. You will be getting some strong gusts along 35 near Scottsboro, but broad rotation possible here, right along Highway 79, Highway 65 and 79, coming out of this polygon and then entering this new polygon, which includes southern parts of Franklin and most of Jackson County, even a sliver of DeKalb County. Let's do a tracker. That's moving northeast at 40. Northeast at 40 miles an hour. Now, if you look at that from a reflectivity point of view, yeah, it's a bigger storm, but I'm tracking where the most dangerous part of that storm is, and it's this part here. So we track this. I'm tracking where the rotation is. This is just a rough estimate. This is just going on the same trajectory as it is now. Skyline 730 Central, Stevenson 753, and potentially southern parts of Marion. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Northern Dade in the hour between now and 9:30 Eastern, if that holds together. Okay? But we do know there's a radar confirmed tornado in this polygon right here. So Scottsboro, all these areas along 72 to the state line. Get to your safe place until this storm passes by. I'll zoom in to show you a little bit more. Hollywood, Skyline, Stevenson, up to Bridgeport. Get to your safe place. And be aware in southern Marion of this storm just to your south and west. Be aware in Trenton for this storm to your west on the other side of the mountain, but keep in mind it's moving east. It has had a history of producing some damage. It was a tornado emergency in the Huntsville area. It's still a radar-confirmed tornado here near Skyline. Current time right now is 8:30 Eastern time. 8:30 Eastern. We have these two tornado polygons in effect, tornado warning polygons. This one's about to expire, the one near Princeton, but this one here near Scottsboro, Stevenson, Henniger, north of Henniger, excuse me. That's a little sliver of DeKalb County out till 9 Eastern, 8 Central. We have other tornado warnings ongoing, northern parts of Grundy, and on into Warren County. And you can see the broad circulation there from near Viola to McMinnville right here, which could move into Van Buren County. And then we have Cumberland County under this tornado warning for this Warren storm. They just issued an update. Let's check the updated advisory on that. This is a new update on this tornado warning in Cumberland County. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9 Eastern, 8 Central for southern Cumberland County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 12 miles south of Crossville, moving east at 35. A tornado $50 size hail is possible. This is a Doppler radar indicated rotation. Nevertheless, even though it's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, you need to be in a safe place in southern Cumberland County. Get to a safe place until this storm passes on by. Crab Orchard, Lake Tansy, Cumberland Mountain State Park, Indian Rock Lake, Crossville, Tennessee, and Fairfield Glade could be impacted by this storm between now and the top of the hour, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. And you can see the broad rotation with that one, right along it, just west of 127. Fairly pronounced there. At the very least, producing damaging wind gusts, but possibly a tornado. Folks, again, it is worth noting. Some of you ask what is safe, what is not safe when it comes to tornado safety. And I can't stress this enough, and I just want to make sure everybody understands this correctly, okay? The safest place in your home, lowest level of your home, an interior room, that's like a hallway, closet, bathroom that's away from windows, interior room downstairs, safest place. If you have a basement or storm shelter, even better, stay away from windows. What is not safe? Mobile homes not safe. Vehicles not safe. Large open rooms or the top floors of buildings not safe. Have a safety plan, folks. Go over it with your family so that if warnings are issued, you will know where to go. We want you safe. The reason why we are doing these hours of coverage here, streaming on our streaming services and also on air. Again, I can't stress this enough throughout the evening hours, so just after midnight, all modes severe weather are possible, as we are seeing now. Damaging wind gusts, tornadoes, large hail is an enhanced risk locally. And that's the reason why tornado watches remain in effect through the rest of the evening, all the way to about 2 a.m. Eastern time. This tornado watch out. This just means that be on the lookout for the potential of tornadoes between now and 2 a.m. I think before 2 a.m., the threat will be over, but we're a long way from that. Again, this map illustrates where the tornado warnings are. Keep an eye on Jackson County. We're going to watch downstream for Dade, Walker, even parts of Marion. Then we got to watch this also warned cell south of Huntsville. I mentioned Lacey Springs here. That's north of Guntersville, but this can impact southern parts of Jackson and then a larger part of DeKalb. Okay? And farther downstream during the 9:30, 10 o'clock hour, Walker, parts of Chattooga. Okay? And we got to watch that cell near Dunlap developing rather quickly. That is a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm near Dunlap. That severe thunderstorm warning for that storm near Dunlap is in effect until 9:15 Eastern. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, $50 size hail possible. That storm right along 127. This is the second storm to roll by that area. This one, though, a bit stronger. Now, the fact that it's outlined in orange is worth noting here. See how this polygon is outlined in orange? It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but it can potentially produce a tornado. Okay, wind gusts of 60, moving northeast at 30, but there's an outside chance that a tornado could develop. If you look at it from the radial velocities point of view, there is some rotation there in the cell in and around Dunlap. So we'll keep an eye on that one, on its progress. But this warning is out until 9:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central. This could go as far northeast as Decatur in the next hour. So flat top area around 736 Central. Sail Creek, 951. Dayton, 906. Evansville around 9:17. This is for that severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that is rapidly developing near Dunlap. Strong wind gusts of 60, moving northeast at 30. Let's check on that tornado warning cell there in Jackson County. And you can see now kind of more of a broad circulation, more linear than it was before. But that's going right. You get some interference on the radar side, so let's just keep an eye on that. That's still north of Scottsboro. Radar site, you get a little interference there. So let's watch that as it progresses east. Still, all these areas in Jackson County, you're under that severe that tornado warning out till 7:45 Central. Next 9 minutes and make it extended with time. You can see right here still. Dangerous to north of Scottsboro, just to the southwest of Stevenson. And I mentioned this other cell down here. That's near New Hope, Alabama. It's outside the viewing area, but the fact that it's moving east-northeast, it could impact southern Jackson and eventually DeKalb County with time. And this is just outlining where the tornado warnings are. Here, and along the outer fringe here, Cumberland through Van Buren County. Severe thunderstorm warning here, or that storm near Dunlap. So I'll put that back on the map for you. And we thank those of you who've been watching our live streams on our social media channels throughout the night. We are covering this on air as well because of the danger posed by these storms, especially this one in Jackson County. We're still watching this one. This has a chance of some very damaging wind gusts here. And the same thing from Van Buren County through southern Cumberland County. Let's go back to that one in southern Cumberland County. We'll come back to Jackson County momentarily. Right along 127, just south of Crossville. It's right here. That circulation moving by. If there's a tornado developing, that's where it would be. At the very least, some very strong wind gusts. That's not far from Crab Orchard, right? Yeah, it's just southwest of there. It's now east of Lantana. So as you come off the mountain back to the Sequatchie Valley here, and then where you meet up with 68, 127, and I-40 here. That is headed more east-northeast, but it's just to the south of Crossville where the strongest wind gusts are. Possible rotation with that. And for southern Van Buren, this other warned storm, this is the second warned storm to come out of Warren County near that Irving College area. That's about to cross Tennessee Highway 8 into southern Van Buren County south of Spencer. This warning out here till the top of the hour, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. And you can see here, the Hollywood area is just southwest of Stevenson. Yeah, here's a new update on that tornado warning. All right, here's the text of that warning from the National Weather Service out of Huntsville. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9 Eastern, 8 Central for northeastern Jackson, northeastern DeKalb, and southeastern Franklin County, Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles west of Stevenson, or about 13 miles north of Scottsboro. moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Coming near Stevenson at 7:45. That's 5 minutes from now. Bridgeport around 7:55. Moving northeast at 40. Roughly right in here. You can see that estimate. Yep, about 7 miles west-southwest of Stevenson, just west of Highway 72. And if we mark where that's moving, heads up again. Even the circulation here, there's strong wind gusts right along that. It's coming more linear in fashion. Still very strong damaging wind gusts down to Scottsboro, but the main circulation right about there, moving east-northeast at 40. Heads up in neighboring portions of Dade, northern DeKalb, far northeastern Jackson, even parts of Marion, as you watch this move by, okay? Trying to give you as much lead time here on this very dangerous storm. We're going to track the worst part of that storm, northeast at 40. This is just a potential timeline. This is just a potential timeline. This tornado warning storm moving east, Stevenson around 7:47, the worst part of the storm. I'll show you the rain and lightning coming up. It's already over that area. Boulevard, 7:54. 9:14 Eastern, Trenton. And if it holds together as far east in the next hour near East Ridge at 9:40, that shows you how fast that'll be moving, okay? That's the velocity scan. You can see a tremendous amount of heavy rain and a lot of lightning with that storm as it moves northeast. And along with that, a damaging wind threat all the way down to Scottsboro. So powerful winds along 72. This is going to start impacting near South Pittsburgh, Bridgeport, and then eastward towards Trenton. At the very least, Trenton, within the hour, just after 9 o'clock, very heavy rain and strong wind gust, and we'll have to keep an eye on that tornado potential because that potential rotation was just to the west-southwest of Stevenson. This cell down here, again, is outside our viewing area, but I want to show it to you one more time because it could impact southern parts of Jackson County. These are just the tornado warnings in effect. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Dangerous storm here that was near Dunlap, now northeast of Dunlap. This is the second warned storm for a severe thunderstorm to roll through this area. Right along 111, Mowbray flat top area. Rain, lightning, strong wind gusts of Dayton, Sail Creek, all in this warning here, this warning polygon. We've been focusing on the tornado warnings. Don't leave out the severe thunderstorm warnings. You have to treat this as you would a tornado because of the potential of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-dollar size hail that could cause damage. And you want to be in a safe place so this passes on by. We'll take the velocity scope into this particular cell. You can see a broad rotation there. So it's got some strong wind gust potential with it. Dunlap or to Sail Creek. Again, we saw a cell move by here about a couple hours ago. Moves to the same area off to the north and east. And zoom it in just to be a little bit more. That's right on 111. There's another cell near Soddy Daisy. Heavy rain, but Soddy, that's not the severe part. That'll be headed towards, could be near Georgetown and southern Meigs, but that's not the dangerous cell. It's this one right here. If we had an extension now, we've had an extension of this tornado warning now in parts of Ray and northern parts of Bledsoe. So northern Ray, northern Bledsoe for that same cell in southern Cumberland County. If you look at the velocity scan for that part of Bledsoe and Ray, you can see that circulation move right through there. And now it's near just northwest of Spring City. And it's still got this bit of rotation now moving into southern Van Buren right here. And I want to track this cell that is northeast of Dunlap. And that gives you a rough outline. Sail Creek, around 850. Dayton, around 906. Evansville, around 918. Spring City. This is a different cell, Spring City. Another one coming in from the southwest, 941. So I know Spring City, you got a warning on you from the storms just to your north, but it's this cell coming in from the southwest that we're tracking for you. Again, watching the tornado warnings. Heads up. We'll take a look at that in Jackson County near Stevenson. Heads up farther downstream. Dade, Walker. Eventually, as that storm moves farther to the east, at the very least has a very strong damaging wind threat, but also that circulation near Stevenson right there. So I'll pause that. You can see that this is a velocity scan. You can see how very linear type of strong wind gusts on the line, but there's that broad circulation there near Stevenson, crossing 72. That is heading to the east. So Dade, Walker, between now and the next hour, let's keep an eye on that. The forward speed of this, forward speed was to the northeast at 40. But if we just track this elongated area of wind, okay? So just understand that dangerous part of that storm will be moving east. So that's why I keep saying heads up Dade, heads up Walker, because Pisgah right now, Eider, potential for at least a very strong wind gust. Trenton, potentially around 9:15. Kensington around 9:30. That's where that cell's moving. This is a tornado warned storm. That circulation in and around the Stevenson area moving to the east, all right? And that's where you got to watch very careful. We're going to keep an eye on that for Dade and Walker. Another warned cell here near New Hope. I mentioned this one because it could go into southern parts of Jackson and eventually central parts of DeKalb over the next hour. You can see our severe thunderstorm warned storm now north of 111 here near Flat Top, Hendon. Not a tornado warned storm, but at the very least, you got some strong wind gust potential right there along the Tri-County region of Hamilton, Sequatchie, and Bledsoe County. And then you got this rotation here, just southwest of Spencer near Welchland. That's where that tornado warning remains in effect for that part of Van Buren County. And then that broad rotation just to the northeast of Spring City. They've extended this warning to include a sliver of Ray County north of Spring City, but kind of moving more out into Roane County, which includes Harriman, out to 945 Eastern. That's Doppler radar indicated rotation. All right, this is a severe thunderstorm warning here for Dade and Walker County. I just had the tornado warnings on there, but this is for that same storm in Jackson County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Catoosa, central Walker, and Dade County until 9:30. We just tracked that storm moving through that area. This is a severe thunderstorm located in a line from Orem southward to about Fackler, near Martintown, moving east at 45. Now, keep in mind, this could have wind gusts of 60 and $0.5 size hail. But for you folks in Dade and Walker County, keep in mind, see it's outlined in orange, and the fact that there has been at least rotation with that storm, you need to treat this is a heightened awareness type of severe thunderstorm warning, okay? That a tornado could occur with that. Or at the very least, a very strong wind gust that can cause damage like a tornado. So if you live in Dade and Walker County, okay, this part of Walker, Chickamauga, Lafayette, Kensington, Trenton, down about Rising Fawn, as that moves to the east between now and 9:30, you got to be aware of that. That this could cause some very strong damage and wind gusts. And possibly a tornado. This is one of those severe thunderstorm warnings that indicates that a tornado is possible, along with the threat of large hail and those damaging wind gusts. This one could cause some damage. In other words, get to your safe place. Let me show you the velocity scan. I'm going to take the lightning off so you kind of see this a little bit better. I'll step over to the map here so you can see this a little bit better. And I want to point this out so everybody understands this, okay? So we've got this new severe thunderstorm warning out for Walker and Dade County. But the fact it's outlined in orange, you got to treat it almost like a tornado warning because a tornado could occur with that. Notice we've got the velocity scale. We see the red to green. It's in a linear fashion. So that means some very strong winds ahead of it, but a little bit of rotation there just along in north of 72, just southwest of South Pittsburgh there, not far from Stevenson. And that is moving to the east, which could be crossing the state line about the next 10, 15 minutes. And because of that, there could be a quick spin up along that as it crosses the state line into Dade and eventually into Walker. So they're going over Sand Mountain, eventually toward the Lookout Mountain area. So keep in mind a tornado remains possible as that moves to the east, but at the very least, some strong damaging wind gusts as it moves on along. This includes a sliver of DeKalb County from 72 to the 59 corridor and eventually the 27 corridor here as it moves farther to the east. Again, you're looking at a velocity scan, which shows a very damaging wind gust potential and at least still some broad rotation. Doppler radar indicating possible tornado warning, and that tornado warning polygon remains in effect here from parts of Jackson to DeKalb, and then it's extending outward. This severe thunderstorm warning from Chickamauga, Lafayette to Trenton, but bear in mind, that's an orange outline. Severe thunderstorm warning meaning a tornado is possible in that area, at the very least some strong damaging wind gusts. So I wanted to point that out so you understand that and know what we're looking at here. And the reason why there's kind of an urgency to get to a safe place so that passes on by. And we are here tracking it for you. Going to stay on air, stay on our stream, as long as these storms threaten. All right, new tornado warning to the south of that area. This is that storm near New Hope that I mentioned, and that whole area that we were just talking about, southern Jackson, central DeKalb, now under a new tornado warning. That is out to 8:45 Central, 9:45 Eastern time. Let me read you the text of this. Tornado warning for southern Jackson, central DeKalb County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Woodville, north of Guntersville, moving east at 35 Tornado and golf ball size hail potentially with that. That storm is moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. You can see again broad circulation right here with that storm in and around 72, not far from the Grant area. So heads up in Scottsboro, you're in this polygon. So is Fort Payne, so is Henniger. Very strong winds there, just east of Stevenson. And that tornado warning out till the top of the hour, about the next 5 minutes. That's going to hand over to that severe thunderstorm warning in Dade and Walker County. So there's an overview of the entire viewing area. Starting to really fill up. Let's start north to south, okay? This storm in Cumberland County, show you two different views of this. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning from Crossville to just north of Spring City, over to about Harriman, where tornado warnings are in effect. Several different polygons for the exact same storm. That's the rain and lightning aspect. Let's take the lightning off, put the velocity scan on. And we're looking right there, potential circulation right there in far eastern Cumberland. That'll be heading into Roane counties. That's almost right along Highway 70 and I-40. Okay? I believe that's now east of Crab Orchard, right over Crab Orchard. Right along 70 and I-40. That warning for that part of Cumberland County out till 8:30 Central Time. Also note in this severe thunderstorm warning, that's out for a cluster of counties here, which includes Bledsoe, Hamilton, Ray, Sequatchie. That's out till 9:15. But I want you to know from just a velocity point of view, some strong wind gusts noted here near Sail Creek to south of Pikeville. So it's got that strong wind gust potential as that races north and east. I'll turn on reflectivity and the lightning mode, and it is a noisy storm. Sail Creek to Dayton. That one moving northeast at 30. So it could go as far northeast as 10 miles that holds together between now and about 9:47 Eastern. Dayton around 9:02. Evansville 9:14. Spring City 9:38. 10 mile 9:47 with this severe warned storm near Sail Creek to just south of Dayton. Now let's head to the south. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for Dade and Walker County. Potential of the rains there for some damaging wind gusts. Outside chance that a tornado could occur because of that storm in Jackson County. That is a very dangerous storm. Wind gusts of 60 and $half size hail possible as it moves to the east at around 45 miles an hour. So Chickamauga, Fort Oglethorpe, Kensington, Rossville, all in that polygon for the next 30 minutes. And what we're watching is this cell right here. That's the reflectivity. Several tornado warnings along that, okay? That's from a reflectivity point of view. If we put the velocity scan, strong wind potential, especially here, north of Henniger, now south of 72, little bit of rotation there, still noted in and around just east of 72. Let's go a little closer here, closer inspection of that. That's going to be to the west of Eider, southeast of Stevenson. So that's the reason why as it heads farther to the east, it could go through northern sliver of DeKalb and then eventually into Dade and Walker. That's why we're watching that storm in Dade and Walker very carefully. You need to get to a safe place in Dade and Walker. That's why these warnings have been proactively issued to let you know about this. But you got to treat this severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning because of the danger that storm possesses. Okay? And then over southern Jackson into DeKalb County. Tornado warning here, that storm right along the Jackson County line. So Langston, near Scottsboro, and these areas right along and south of 72. That includes Fife on Sand Mountain, Henniger over to Fort Payne. These are just the tornado warnings. Okay, that tornado warning northeastern Jackson expired, but the severe thunderstorm warning remains for Dade and Walker. And then Cumberland County, that warning still in effect for you until 8:45 Central. It will probably move out way before that. That's why I have to move into Roane County. And again, there's two other severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. This one, because of the storm coming out of Jackson for Dade and Walker, and this one in that area, northern parts of Hamilton and southern parts of Ray. And the tornado warning for Van Buren County remains. Let's look at the velocity scan on that one. Yeah, you can clearly see that. Again, that could impact this area in northern parts of Bledsoe. Right here, southeast of Spencer. That could go to northern parts of Bledsoe. We'll back up and do a zoom in on this one here to show you that warning out till 8:45 Central. I'll read you the text of this one. They just did an update on this particular tornado warning. This tornado warning for southern Cumberland, eastern Van Buren remains in effect till 8:45 Central. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Spencer, moving east at 40. This is a Doppler radar indicated rotation, which you can clearly see. Could have a tornado and $half size hail as it moves to the east at 40. So that's going to extend. It's a rather odd-looking polygon again, but from here through southern Cumberland, it's going to clip northern parts of Bledsoe as well. They've got that polygon in there for Bledsoe, I believe. Yeah, same thing. Bledsoe under this same warning. That storm near Spencer moving east at 35. Two different forecast offices. The reason why you got two different polygons there. Let's track the most dangerous part of that storm right here. Let me zoom this out just a little bit so I can give you a more accurate track on that. These are moving really fast. One more time. The radar just updated, so we get you a more accurate look at that. It's just a rough estimate. Cold Spring to Spring City, eventually near Spring City around 9:54 Eastern. Cold Spring around 8:22 Tip Top right here, northern parts of Bledsoe around 8:14 Central. So again, that's a storm just to the east of Spencer and approaching Highway 30 near Mooneyham. It's going to be clipping the northern part of Bledsoe, that eastern part of Van Buren, into southern Cumberland County between now and 8:45 Central Time. So that's the one warning we have there. And this other tornado warning here in southern parts of Jackson central parts of DeKalb. That's out till 8:45 as well. So there's a broad overview. You've got the tornado warnings, northern half, southern half, and then you got these individual severe thunderstorm warnings, but these are pretty nasty there. And for Dade and Walkers, keep an eye on that. So when that tornado warning expired, it was changed to a severe thunderstorm warning, but still pretty strong. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, moving northeast at 40. And that's what's going to carry over to Dade and Walker County. So looking at the velocity scan on that one, let's remove the lightning. See a little bit better. Still a pretty nasty storm there. It's right along the Jackson-DeKalb County line with some strong gusts through there. So let's just keep an eye on that. And that's the same storm that caused the tornado emergency near Huntsville. So it is a little bit weaker than it was, but still it's a nasty cell. You can still see the very strong wind gusts there, potential there. And winds no doubt picking up in Dade, eventually toward Walker. This severe thunderstorm warning because of that cell there in Dade and Walker till 9:30 Eastern. And we'll go back to the reflectivity scan, do a tracker on that for you. Because even though we're tracking where these strongest winds are, and the leading edge of that's right on the state lines. It's already raining in Trenton, a little bit of lightning there up toward Nickajack Lake, not far, and all the way down to just northeast of Henniger. So let's track the movement of this. It's right along 11 and 59. So Trenton around 9 o'clock. It's already raining now, but you're getting the leading edge. As far east as East Ridge, around 9:25. Lafayette, Chickamauga, I would say Chickamauga more around 9:15. Lafayette about 9:30. As far east as Dalton, about 10 o'clock. So again, very strong wind gusts upwards of 60 and $half size hail. You got to be aware of a quick spin up tornado with this. It has had a past history of that. So I don't want you to underestimate that one. Now let's move here to this cell from Dayton to Sail Creek. Again, velocity did show some strong wind gusts at the very least, or at least some broad rotation. Again, this is still from Dayton to Sail Creek. That's out till 9:15. Severe thunderstorm warning out. 60-mile-an-hour gust, moving northeast at 30. Let's take a look at how the winds are here with this. You can still see. And we tracked it near Sail Creek. Has some broad rotation with it. Same thing near Dayton, right there. At the very least, some strong wind gusts with that, but also be aware that, a quick spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out right there along 27. Yeah, get to a safe place there near Dayton. That's got some, there it is. Just popped the tornado warning there. Let's go back to our tornado map here. There it is. Tornado warning just issued here. In around Dayton, you can see the cell right there. This is a tornado warning for Dayton. That is a fast-moving cell there. Let's get the text up there, and I'll read the warning to you. All right, here we go. This is a tornado warning for southern Ray County, Meigs, northwestern McMinn till 10 o'clock Eastern. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located right over Dayton, moving northeast at 40. You can see that broad circulation right there, potential where a tornado could be. It's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation, as you can see right there. Even if a tornado is not occurring, you need to treat this as if one was occurring. All right, we're going to do a tracker here momentarily. This includes areas such as Dayton around 9:15, that's right now. Decatur around 9:25, going into Meigs County. Other areas include Evansville, Clearwater, Murray Store, Old Washington, 10 Mile, Graysville, Nyota, and Sail Creek. Sail Creek just where it just passed on by. So that is a tornado warning now for that area near Dayton. This is from a reflectivity point of view. You can see very heavy rain right there. A tremendous amount of lightning also. If you look at the velocity scan, we'll put the velocity scope up there. You can clearly see right over Dayton where that potential rotation is, coming right from Graysville to Dayton. Again, this tornado warning out until 10 o'clock Eastern time. This is moving northeast at 40. We're going to put a tracker on it. But again, heads up in Dayton. Very dangerous potential storm there right along Highway 27. Let's get to a safe place. Stay there until this storm passes by, until that warning is over. Let me do a quick tracker on the most dangerous part of that storm. This core near Dayton right here. Okay, here's a potential timeline with it over Dayton right now. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Evansville on 917. 10 Mile on 944. Philadelphia, just north of Monroe County at 1006. So rapidly moving storm. It does show some signs of rotation on Doppler radar. The reason why this tornado warned polygon is in effect. And again, it covers a large area. Excuse me. There we go. This covers a large area, more specifically southern Ray, Meigs, and northwestern McMinn till 10 Eastern time. Let's check back on this tornado warned storm along the Van Buren, Bledsoe County line. In that rotation right over the northwestern corner of Bledsoe County. And more specifically, we'll go back to this one over Dayton. Looking at from the velocity scan. You see here's Taylor Hill, Hiawassee Highway, Willow Road 27 and Tennessee 30. that broad rotation could be. If there is a tornado, that's where it could potentially be. Now moving northeast towards Evansville, Old Washington. It's kind of a broad circulation. If you look at it really carefully, right about in here, kind of broad extending from Dayton to about the county line. But this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, which means you got to take this as seriously as you would, any other tornado warning, even if one's confirmed on the ground or radar indicated, is to give you enough lead time to get to that place of safety until the storm passes by. But look at the length of this polygon. This stretches all the way to 10 Mile, to Decatur, to Dayton. This is out till 10 Eastern time. And again, in northern Bledsoe, that storm has now moved out. That the warning is over for Buren County, but for Bledsoe and southern Cumberland. There's that radar indicated rotation right there, west of 127. So it'll be moving through that northern part of Bledsoe into the northeastward, to the southern part of Cumberland County. That particular warning for Bledsoe till 8:45, roughly the next 30 minutes. All right, just had this. Tornado warning now for Dade and southern Walker, southwestern Walker, southwestern Dade County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Ider, 12 miles southwest of Trenton, moving east at 25. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated tornado rotation, which will show you momentarily. That is moving off to the east at 25. Cloudland Canyon State Park, Cooper Heights, Rising Fawn in the pathway of this. Oh, yeah, you can clearly see that. That is right along Alabama 75, right here, almost to Highway 11. So this is right in northeastern DeKalb, heading into Dade County. This is a tornado warning here. That is out till 10 Eastern time. You can see the circulation right there. Doppler radar indicated rotation. And you can see the polygon. It does include all of Walker, all of Dade. It's right here just south of Trenton, throughout Rising Fawn, down to where it borders DeKalb County. And then this area of Walker County, south of Chickamauga, from Kensington down to just west of Lafayette. You can see it moving right here, right between Ider and I-59, just to the west. And that is heading to the east at 25. Let's do a quick tracker on that for you. Worst part of that storm right here. So Masseyville, 934, Kensington, about 950, potentially reaching near Lafayette around 10 o'clock. And you can see where that circulation is there near Gann Crossroad in Alabama 75. Here's Stewarttown. Here's Rising Fawn. Here's Cloverdale. It's that Sand Mountain region right there. Radar indicated tornado warning there. So areas in that polygon, Cooper Heights, Kensington, there's Masseyville, Sulphur Springs Station, and Head River. It's right now over that area from Rising Fawn back to the west side of the Brow there near Alabama Highway 75. Now, on top of that, there are other warnings on top of that region. Severe thunderstorm warning for other parts of Dade and Walker. Let's go back to this one over Dayton, Decatur. We got so many different tornado warnings all at once. Take the lightning off, helps to see a little bit better. Yeah, you can still see right on Highway 30, now northeast of Dayton, Tennessee Highway 30 to about Decatur, strong wind gusts there. Here's an update from the National Weather Service, and I'll read you the update. It looks like Dayton now is out of that polygon. Yeah, Dayton is just now outside that polygon. A tornado warning remains in effect for Central Ray, Meigs, northwestern McMinn. Storm capable of producing a tornado located near Dayton, moving northeast at 40. Could be near Decatur by 9:25. Again, you can see very broad rotation here, potential around Tennessee Highway 30 to just west of 58. So the next few minutes, right in here, approaching Decatur. And again, this warning polygon out till the top of the hour, 10 o'clock Eastern time. But you can see a little bit better here without the velocity scan. And again, a lot of rain and lightning in and around the city of Chattanooga, though not severe. This one is. These are just tornado warnings, okay? There are other severe thunderstorm warnings along this line, but I want to illustrate this one again. This one for Dade and Walker out until 10 o'clock Eastern time. Rain and lightning, it's a very loud storm with this, but the potential rotation was not far from Rising Fawn. Right here, almost bounded by 75, 11, and I-59, right here. Again, that's very close to Rising Fawn. This shows the direction of wind, and you can see again right there where that circulation is, crossing the state line. This shows you the entire overview of the viewing area with all the warnings that are there. The tornado warning for Dade and Walker is mainly bounded by an area south of Trenton, south of Chickamauga, to just west of Lafayette. But this particular severe thunderstorm warning for Dade, Walker, and a portion of Catoosa out till 9:30 Eastern for that very same storm. Be aware of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and a $50 size hail, potentially. And then south of here into other portions of southern Jackson, into DeKalb County, a large cluster of storms marching through. That's near Section over to Rainsville. If we look at that from a velocity point of view, you can kind of get an idea of why those tornado warnings are in effect. Look at that near Section. And then back here, that cell for New Hope moving east. So again, that tornado warning out all the way to Fort Payne. That includes Rainsville and a large part of that area, Section, Henniger, I believe Fife area. That is a tornado warning out there that remains till the top of the hour. And now we've had a new tornado warning in this part of Alabama that just issued. I'll go back to the radar, to the tornado warning radar view. And again, it's because of what we're seeing right here. National Weather Service Huntsville issuing that tornado warning because that's right on the county line. So let me zoom in on that broad circulation. You can see two different tornado warning polygons. This is a new tornado warning right here. That's for that part of Jackson and DeKalb, right along the border of each. This is going to be out till 8:45 Central. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northeast of Ider, 8 miles southwest of Trenton, moving east at 25. This is Doppler radar indicated tornado rotation, which you can clearly see right here, moving right along the state line, moving to the east at 25. And again, that's the reason why this tornado warning is in effect for this portion of Dade and Walker County. Again, that is the area just south of Trenton. Rising Fawn in there. So right near Alabama Highway 75 to I-59 and Highway 11. That tornado warning. Areas like Kensington and south of Chickamauga, south of Trenton in that warning. Let's go back and check on this one, headed toward Decatur. That storm was right on top of Decatur. Strong gusts just south of Decatur, in and around the Decatur area. This tornado warning also in effect till the top of the hour, 10 o'clock Eastern, for McMinn, Ray, and Megs. Far northern Bledsoe, southern Cumberland. You see very heavy rain, but again, that tornado potential, that rotation noted quite well on the velocity scan. Now north of Pikeville and right along the Bledsoe-Cumberland County line. That tornado warning out likewise at the top of the hour. And there's that tornado warning storm near Decatur. And again, the tornado warning storm here in Dade and Walker County. It's right over Dade County now, crossing the state line. Right along the state line here. And they just updated this tornado warning in Dade and Walker. I'll read you the update of this. This just issued moments ago by the National Weather Service in Peachtree City. Tornado warning remains in effect until 10 o'clock Eastern for west central Walker, southwestern Dade at 9:28 Eastern time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Rising Fawn, about 9 miles south of Trenton, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Areas impacted, Cooper Heights and Rising Fawn. So that's an update on the tornado warning for Dade and Walker. So let's do a tracker on that particular part of the storm right here. So if this holds together, heads up in east-southeastern parts of Walker County, actually central and eastern Walker County. Okay, Cloverdale 931, that's momentarily. Cassandra 951. Lafayette 1005. Catlett 1018 Eastern. You see that broad circulation there right along the I-59 area. Same thing from Henniger, right along the Jackson-DeKalb County line. 2 tornado warnings out there. And still near Decatur. Looking at a velocity scan here, the strongest wind gust here, tornado potential there. And you can see that for northern Bledsoe, it's about to pull mostly now into southern Cumberland County. Yeah, I've seen a few folks note that the high top radar is out at the moment. So, but we still have the surrounding radars and using the velocity scan, so we can still see. That broad rotation there, rising font about Kensington. And again, we got a broad area of the severe thunderstorm warning. That's out till 10:15 Eastern. And that's just issued for southwestern Catoosa, southwestern Whitfield, Walker County, and southwestern Dade. This is because that severe thunderstorm near Rising Fawn moving east at 50. Moving east at 25, could have wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. Now, keep in mind, again, as I mentioned so often, when it's outlined in orange like this, that means a tornado is possible, and that's simply because we've got that Doppler radar indicated rotation not far from Rising Fawn, still moving to the east. So we'll keep an eye on that polygon to areas just west of Lafayette. They've already proactively put out this warning, severe thunderstorm warning out to almost west of Dalton till 10:15, okay? I'll move the lightning so you can see this a little bit better. Makes it a little noisy. And clear to see tornado potential there in southern central Dade, not far from Kensington. Near Rising Fawn moving to the east. And that has prompted this downstream severe thunderstorm warning farther east. And that's thunder outside our studio. Here, this tornado warned area, southern parts of Jackson into DeKalb County. You can see rotation here, just to the west of Henniger. But this tornado warning cell here, that strong wind potential now moving northeast of Decatur. Again, this warning out to the top of the hour, 10 o'clock Eastern time. And again, it looks like the worst part of that cell in northern Bledsoe is now moving into southern Cumberland. It is south of Crossville, but not far from Crab Orchard. So just the tornado warning storms here. Right in here near 157 to east of 59. That's near east of Rising Font, about Masseyville. And tornado warning out for, again, more specifically, that is for Central Walker, southwestern Dade. Until the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. You can see the area that we're watching right in here for tornado potential there. That's 157 here. Here's Highway 11 and I-59. A little bit farther east now, going from Dade into Walker County. And it looks like it's exited that polygon for DeKalb, but we'll keep an eye on that. Let's get the update on this one, this particular tornado warning. That's right on the Jackson-DeKalb County line, where you've got, looks to be the, at least some elongated rotation, or at least very strong wind gust. Tornado warning remains in effect for northeastern Marshall, southern Jackson, central DeKalb County. That's going to be in effect until 8:45 Central, 9:45 Eastern. That's a confirmed tornado that was over Section, Alabama, moving southeast of Scottsboro, moving east at 35. So in DeKalb County, Dutton, Langston, Pink Rock, and Pine Ridge. Those are areas just west of Fort Payne, up 35 in this area. Sylvania, Rainsville, right in here. That tornado warning out until 8:45 Central, 9:45 Eastern. That's a confirmed tornado there as it was moving over Section right here. So it's now near Sylvania, Henniger, to about Rainsville, to about Pine Ridge, which is about right here. So we have 1, 2, 3 active tornado warnings locally, actually 4, but it looks like the worst part of that storm has moved out of Bledsoe County, though we'll check that momentarily. This one, now we see the stronger gust now moving more east-northeast of Decatur. Still raining heavily in Decatur. You can clearly see that moving now. Decatur looks like it's almost past you, heading into northern parts of Meigs and northeastern McMinn. That warning remains in effect at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock Eastern. Still very stormy, this northern part of Bledsoe, though it does appear, look at that from velocity point of view, that is sneaking just northeast out of Bledsoe into southern Cumberland right here. just south of Crab Orchard. Now we've got these scattered storms around the city at the moment. There are no warnings with that, but again, it's going to be accompanied by some very strong wind gusts. These strong storms here along the Dade Walker County line, extending this warning just west of Dalton. We'll keep an eye on this cell near Athens, and then especially this tornado warning storm just to the west of Fort Payne. All these other storms farther back to the west remain below severe levels. If you do a broad overview of our entire viewing area, let me show you what's happening out there. You've been watching this main line and clusters of storms developing. The worst weather seems to be with these cells here and these cells here. These around the city, loud, not severe, same thing for these back to the west. But it's these that are extremely dangerous here, moving through Dade, Walker, and portions of the Cab. Now let's go back over to Cobb County. I'm going to go to our tornado warning map, which illustrates it a little bit better. They extended that tornado warning to include these areas from Fort Payne to the state line. All right, this is for that confirmed tornado. That was your section. Moving east at around 35 miles an hour. Tornado warning for northeastern Marshall, southern Jackson, central DeKalb, out to 9:30. That was a confirmed tornado there in your section. Moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. So that's between Henniger, Sylvania down to Rainsville. Yeah, they've got it near the section. 845 right in here. A lot of rotation here and also back in here. So they've extended this warning for this part of DeKalb County until 9:30 Central. That is for that confirmed tornado. Let me read it to you again. Located over section or near Scottsboro at 8:41. That's roughly 2 minutes ago. And that's moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. So Sylvania and Rainsville around 8:50. Henniger around 9 o'clock. Fort Payne around 9:10. Going back here into Dade and Walker County, you can see again, right near Kensington, still picking up that potential circulation area up between 157 and 193. That tornado warning, just giving you an update on that. Remains in effect until the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Moving east at 25 is the Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. If we move this east at 25, this is where the worst part of that storm is. Give me an example. Lafayette around 10. Kensington 947. Dalton eventually around 1043 Eastern. You can see broad rotation in the cells rotating through. Catoosa County, you may have some very strong wind gusts there. Same thing near Cleveland. We're just looking at tornado warnings. And that one's been lifted for that one over McMinn and Monroe County. So the active tornado warnings remain here, Dade and Walker. You can see where that is in and around the Kensington area. Again, two potential areas here, one near Henniger, the other near Section. Very broad area here, but these were confirmed near Section in Scottsboro. You can see it right there. So Sylvania, Rainsville, Pine Ridge, Fort Payne between now and 9:13. This tornado warning out for that part of DeKalb County till 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. Okay, here are the other warnings locally. Again, the tornado warning was lifted for McMinn and Monroe. However, there remains a severe thunderstorm warning from Athens to Sweetwater. So that replaces the tornado warning that was in effect. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail possible as that storm moves to the east at 35. So again, areas like Madisonville, Clearwater, Athens, Nyota, Englewood, Sweetwater, Riceville, Von Orr, Tellico Village. That's severe thunderstorm warning out until 10:30 Eastern time. That storm is moving east at 35. Let's do a quick tracker on it. We need to go back to the other tornado warned storms, but I'll show you a broad overview of the area. These are really starting to move. So the leading edge will move through Madisonville shortly, 9:52. Von Orr at 10:08. And outside the viewing area during the 10:30 portion of Eastern time of the hour. And the warnings in around Spring City have been lifted. It's a bit noisy out here, but hey, for a change, there's no more warnings. That's a good thing. Rain and lightning, fairly common. Around the city, a lot of heavy rain. I did want to note that this is a pretty healthy cell. East Brainerd, Ringgold, Appleton, Ottawa. If you look at the velocity scan just for a second, it's got a wind gust potential with it. Let me update the velocity scan. There's on that old feed. Give me just 1 second. There we go. You can see just some potential for strong wind gusts in and around Ringgold. It's pretty, as I mentioned, pretty healthy cell there. Okay. So I bring that up. So we'll keep an eye on that as that moves toward Cleveland. Very heavy rain with that. The other cells are not quite as strong. Sending back to west of Huntsville. Rain and lightning, though not strong. So now we're seeing the worst weather now. This cell near Fort Payne, which we'll be watching. This cell in and around Lafayette with a severe thunderstorm warning. I believe the tornado warning has been canceled. That's good for the moment. And the severe thunderstorm warning near Athens. All these back behind it. Severity is down just a little bit. The tornado watch for Grundy and Van Buren has been canceled. This one for DeKalb and Jackson stays in effect till 11 Eastern. And 2 a.m. for the rest of the viewing area. But for Grundy and Van Buren, the warning has been lifted. All right, let's go back to this tornado warning storm here in DeKalb County. Without the high top radar, it is down at the moment, the high top radar is. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to pick it out, as you could clearly more pick it out if high top was on. Nevertheless, though, we can see still with the surrounding radars. We can still see some broad circulation here around Section over to Henniger. And here's an update on that tornado warning storm. When it blinks like that, there's an update. So here we got this issue momentarily a few minutes ago. Confirmed tornado located over Section, or about 7 miles northwest of Rainsville. Again, that's still confirmed near Section. You can see a little bit better than we could before. It's right there. Moving to the east at 35. This is a confirmed tornado. Broadcast media confirmed tornado. It'll be near Sylvania, Powell, and Rainsville at 8:55 Central. Henniger at 9. Fort Payne, 9:10 Central. Other areas include Langston, Mentone, Valley Head, Pine Ridge. So this is moving to the east at 35. Let me back out just a little bit so we can show. And heads up, in southern parts of Dade, Walker, northern Chattooga, this cell here, and also this cell here near Mentone, that's still a pretty broad area of circulation there moving to the east. Keep in mind, that's going to be heading into Dade and Walker, which could prompt a warning downstream. Okay? That's very close to the Powell area. We'll track that particular part of the storm right in here. So this just gives you kind of an idea as that storm moves to the east. Rainsville, yeah, around 8:55 Central. Cloudland into Georgia, 10:35 Eastern. So again, I mentioned Chattooga, Walker, heads up as this moves to the east. That's a tornado warned storm, so we got to keep an eye on that. All right, just south of there in DeKalb County, just south of Fort Payne, an update on this tornado warned storm. That's a new warning that includes areas in far southern DeKalb County. That's a storm, tornado warned storm near Arab. You can see the circulation right there near 231. That is a Doppler radar indicated rotation. That'll keep that area of southern DeKalb County in a tornado warning until 9:45 Central Time. So we've got the area around Fort Payne, and then the area south of Fort Payne is southern DeKalb County. So 2 tornado warnings stretching across that region. And again, severe thunderstorm warning overtakes that now canceled tornado warning. It is extremely loud from, say, Rock Spring to Lafayette, Walnut Grove area. But there's still wind potential. You see that near Lafayette? There's still some broad rotation in that storm. So heads up on that. That's coming from 136, where it intersects 27 in Lafayette. Still some broad circulation there. And keep in mind, this particular type of severe thunderstorm warning outlined in orange means a tornado is still possible. And that's based on the prior rotation within that cell. So keep that in mind from Lafayette to Villanelle to just west of Dalton. This severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10:15 Eastern Time. Again, with circulation rotation still there in and around Lafayette, that could still cause some damage. Might could still pop a tornado. It's right here. Again, these are pretty strong cells. No warnings with those from, again, raining heavily. Be aware of some strong wind gusts, Ottawa, East Brainerd to Cleveland. Let's go to this other warning, which is the storm seems to be moving now away from Athens. This severe thunderstorm warning is out here until 10:30 Eastern time. Now northeast of Athens, Madisonville, Nyota, Sweetwater. They just updated that polygon. So Athens now out of the polygon. Just giving an overview update. That's out till 10:30 Eastern time. Wind gusts of 60 and penny-sized hail moving east at 35. So Madisonville, Nyota, Sweetwater, Inglewood, Vonore, Tellico Village, all under that warning. Again, just mentioning this cell in far southeastern Hamilton and into Bradley County. Again, it's got some, some strong wind gusts with it accompanying that. So I mentioned being kind of a healthy cell. You can kind of see right in here. Some strong wind gusts accompanying that. But no other warning with that, which is good. Again, we watched this storm near Lafayette. Severe thunderstorm warning out there, which extends into far western Whitfield County until 10:15 Eastern. Again, wind gusts of 60, and because it's outlined in orange, and you can still see some rotation there, there's potential that it could quickly spit up a tornado. If it does, you can point out where it is here. I can point it out from Rock Spring to about Lafayette. There's that potential right in here. Right in there. Tornado warnings remain in effect to the south. These are the only tornado warned storms at the moment. This part of DeKalb County out till 9:30. Sylvania, Powell, Rainsville, Henniger, Fort Payne. It'll be near Fort Payne by 9:10 Eastern time. You can see some broad circulation right between Rainsville and Sylvania. Right in here, right along US 75, or excuse me, Alabama 75, and just west of 59. So we need to watch this one as it moves farther to the east, as it could impact, again, Chattooga, southern Dade, and Walker. Oh, here we go. They just upgraded that to a tornado warning in Walker County. There's where that rotation we noted there. All right, here we go. New tornado warning out for Catoosa, Murray, Walker, Whitfield. More specifically, this is southwestern Catoosa, southwestern Murray, Whitfield, and southeastern Walker County. Okay? Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Linwood or just over Lafayette. Okay? Moving east at 25. Could have a tornado and quarter-size hail with it as it moves to the east at 25. Areas included in this: Dalton, Lafayette, Tunnel Hill, Naomi, Noble, Wood Station, Rocky Face, Linwood, Dawnville, Villanelle, and even as far as the North Georgia Speedway included in that. This is a new tornado warning, and we showed you that with the rotation noted near Lafayette. You can clearly see that here from Noble to about Lafayette. Right there, that's why they popped that warning. There was a severe thunderstorm warning out there, but now upgraded to a tornado warning. Noble to Lafayette to about Catlett. You see that rotation right about there. It is moving east at 25. That polygon goes as far east as just west of Chatsworth. So it includes a large area here. That's out till 10:45, roughly the next 45 minutes, but there's that circulation potential right there. It is south of Chickamauga. Those Chickamauga, you just have some strong wind gusts, but from, say, Rock Spring to Lafayette, Linwood, Lafayette, right in here, that potential for a tornado. It could be clipping through southern Catoosa, south of Ringgold, just north of Villanelle, and very close to Dalton. That's moving east at 25. Here's an estimated time of arrival. Naomi in the next moments, 10:01. Trickham around 10:20. Dalton around 10:35, Spring Place around 10:54. So roughly between the 10 and 11 o'clock hour Eastern time, that is where that storm is going to be moving. Again, this is a tornado warning. Tornado warning for several counties. Is moving over several counties. To be more specific, southwestern Catoosa, southwestern Murray, Whitfield, and southeastern Walker County till 10:45 Eastern time. So there are 3 active warnings there. That one for Walker to Whitfield, and these 2 over DeKalb County. The other storms north have severe thunderstorm warnings with them, though not tornado warned. These are the main 3 tornado warned at the moment, marching their way to the east in and around Fort Payne. We've got to watch Dade, Chattooga, and Walker with that. I want to welcome everyone watching Fox Chattanooga at this time. Typically, this is our newscast time, but of course, weather takes priority tonight. As we are tracking several tornado-warned storms moving across our viewing area, this will remain a weather broadcast unless things change within the hour. So thank you for those of you who typically watch us at 10 o'clock on Fox Chattanooga. We've been live streaming throughout the night, and we continue that on the air, both on Fox Chattanooga and News Channel 9. We're starting with a tornado-warned storm in and around Lafayette. Doppler radar indicated rotation here just to the east of Lafayette. That warning covers a large area encompassing several counties, but to be more specific, southwestern Catoosa, southwestern Murray, Whitfield, and southeastern Walker County. That's going to be in effect until 10:45 Eastern time, the storm moving to the east at 25. It could also have quarter-size hail with that. So again, let's get to a safe place till this storm passes on by. Okay, it's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but it does mean that one could develop, one could touch down. The reason why that warning is proactively in effect. For Fort Payne in this area of DeKalb County, Alabama, this tornado warning out until 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern for a tornado warned storm not far from Rainsville, right here, between Henniger and Rainsville, moving to the east. But there's also some very strong wind gusts near Valley Head, crossing into southern Dade and Walker. This is out for the next half hour, that tornado warning in that part of DeKalb County, which includes Fort Payne. But keep in mind, as this moves off to the east at around 35 miles an hour, notice where it's going to start moving into. Let me do a quick scan on that for you. As this little cell here moves to the east at 35, okay, that can move into neighboring portions of southern Walker, Chattooga. So Somerville, potential around 10:45, Farmersville, 10:56. So these areas could be impacted by that storm moving over to DeKalb County, okay? Now we're looking at just the tornado warnings and the velocity scan. Here's the overall scope of all the storms locally at the moment. And you can see there's quite a bit of rain and lightning going on, even outside areas not under a tornado warning. For example, you got heavy rain from Varnell to Ottawa, to south of Cleveland. So far in this cell, there are strong gusts, those below severe levels. Same thing from Cleveland to Ocoee. We still have an active severe thunderstorm warning north of Athens, which includes Sweetwater and Madisonville. All these areas on 411 in Monroe County. That's out till 10:30. Gusts of 60 miles an hour possible as it moves off to the east at 35, along with penny-sized hail. But again, that has started to trend farther east with time. All these other cells from Dayton to Spring City to Crossville to Pikeville to Spencer are not severe. They're loud, not severe. It's very loud in Whitwell with lightning, not severe. These are, though. Let's go back to this one in Walker County. You can see there was a severe thunderstorm warning out, which got upgraded to a tornado warning and extended farther east, including Dalton to the areas just west of Chatsworth. So this shows you the broad scope of the reflectivity, very heavy rain, lots of lightning. But our scope allows us to kind of take a peek inside at the storm and see where that rotation is. And you can see potential for rotation just east of Lafayette, far east central Walker, into southern portions of Catoosa, and on into the western part of Whitfield County. So there is some rotation indicated by the radar, some tornado potential there. The reason why this particular polygon is in effect. But also keep in mind, don't be out looking for it, okay? Very heavy rain, lots of lightning with that, and very strong wind gust potential outside of the tornado risk. It's going to keep you inside. Keep you inside. Let me do a quick tracker on that one. And we're going to track where the worst potential part of that storm is, which you can see is right about here. Circulation right about there. So we know that's moving east at 35. So if we just take where that particular part of the cell is, it'll move through this polygon. This is an estimated time of arrival. Dalton, 10:28. Keith's Mill, 10:36 Eastern. Chatsworth outside the polygon, but keep in mind it'll start getting stormy before 10:48. Ramhurst around 10:55. Moving to the south, again, very elongated storm here. If you go from the state line back to Valley Head, Rainsville, back to Section, and along that line, showing you just a velocity scan here. You can still see where there's some bit of rotation potential there. Rainsville to just north of Rainsville, and another cluster there, Valley Head, but right in here where it's the potential for a tornado with that storm, just to the west of Highway 11. And they just did issue that tornado warning there. Let's go back to our tornado warning map. So this is a new tornado warning out for Chattooga and southern parts of Walker County, where we just tracked that storm moments ago. That's just issued. This is for southwestern Walker, south central Dade, northwestern Chattooga County. New tornado warning out. This is severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Hammondville, 11 miles north of Fort Payne. You can see right about here. Okay, moving east at 30, at the very least, could produce a tornado and quarter-size hail. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. Areas included in this warning: Somerville, Tryon, Lafayette, Menlo, Center Post, and Cloudland. So we got two warnings here covering Walker County. And I'm just going to leave it on the velocity scan. One is here, that particular rotation about to move along to the Walker County border, east of Lafayette. And then we got this one over near Hammondville. Right about in here, moving to the east. So that's got this new warning out now for that part of Chattooga, Walker, and Dade till 10:45 Eastern Time. Doppler radar indicated rotation. See, it's a very broad area right in here from stamped about Valley Head. So it is moving up from the valley up and over the Lookout Mountain portion of DeKalb County. Again, the high top radar is out at the moment, so it makes it a little bit more pixelated in the view of the velocity scan, but the surrounding radars are still picking this up. So there it is right in here. Not far from Mentone, which will be on top of the mountain. So if that storm holds together, Head River in southern Dade, Center Post 1033 in southern Walker, Tryon in northern Chattooga County around 1040. It probably could go as far east as Suttles Mill in southern Walker County. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. As that storm heads to the east at 30 miles an hour. Looking back over other updates here real quickly. So you can see there are 3 separate tornado warnings here, but it's for 2 separate storms. The one here and then the one here. So it kind of covers a large real estate area. These are just the tornado warnings at the moment. All the other cells are not warned at the moment. Let's go to the one here in eastern Walker. So radar indicated rotation right here, which extends down to far western Whitfield, southern Catoosa, as well south of Ringgold, but just west of Dalton. And that's right on the county line with Catoosa and Walker. Very broad circulation there. So it's well east of Lafayette now. Just northwest of Villanelle. I'll point it out so it'll be a little bit more detailed right in here. Okay. So heads up in Dalton. You're under this tornado warning here. Okay. And that's going to be moving more to the east. That's going to be moving toward Dalton. Toward Dalton. That's why these warnings are issued proactively. So I get to my safe place, stay there till we give you the all clear there in Dalton. Yeah, that warning out till 10:45 Eastern. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, moving to the east at 25 miles an hour. Let's head back to the south just a bit. Oh, goodness. Not that far south. Here we go. Ignore that. It's this we're watching right here near Mentone. Again, overlapping radar beams, but anyway, this is what we're watching right here. This has prompted that warning. It's still in effect for far northeastern DeKalb County near Mentone, but it's prompted this warning here in this part of southern Walker into Chattooga County till 10:45 Eastern. Far southern DeKalb County, watching rotation coming out near Gunnersville, right here, but that'd be mainly well south of Fort Payne, but could in fact cross Collinsville on the southern edge of DeKalb County. We're keeping a closer eye on these 2 cells. That one near Mentone, again, large potential rotation on the radar noted there, headed east, and that's heading into southern Dade, southern Walker. So that warning is in effect. Now let's go back to this cell here. And you can see just west of Dalton. There's Georgia Highway 201, Highway 151, town of Trickham, Rio, Mill Creek, right there in far western Whitfield County. Potential for that broad rotation with that storm. And, if there is a tornado with that, that's where the potential would be. And just to show you the rain out of this, rain and lightning, I'm just showing you the velocity scan because that's the most important when you're tracking for a tornado. But just to show you the radar intensity, it's already raining in Dalton, but the worst part of that storm is back here on that part of Whitfield County. So it's going to be raining, lightning, a lot of wind, and then that potential for a quick spin up. We'll keep an eye on that. They just issued an update on this cell in southern, moving towards southern Walker and northern Chattooga. Let me read you the update for this one. Just issued moments ago by the National Weather Service in Peachtree City. Tornado warning remains in effect till 10:45 Eastern Time for southwestern Walker, south central Dade, and northwestern Chattooga. A confirmed tornado. All right, here we go. Confirmed tornado was over Mentone, northeast of Fort Payne, moving east at 30. That is a confirmed tornado over Mentone. Let's go back to the velocity scan. Right here, right near Mentone. That's on Lookout Mountain, moving east. So that is a confirmed tornado near Mentone, moving to the east at around 30 miles an hour. Areas that need to seek shelter immediately: Somerville, Tryon, Lafayette, Menlo, Center Post, and Cloudland, Georgia. Again, this is a confirmed tornado near Mentone, headed to the east, about to cross the state line into southern Dade, southern Walker. Here's 157. Here's Highway 117. Here's Cloudland, Georgia. Here's Hawkins. Here's Lafayette. It's a little pixelated, the view. That shows it a little bit better. You see the rotation right there. That's where there was a confirmed tornado there. That's over near Mentone, DeSoto State Park, Little River Canyon area, that part of Lookout Mountain. And it is heading to the east. So heads up. This is a confirmed tornado crossing the state line. So heads up Dade, Walker, and northern Chattooga. While this warning here near Dalton is a radar indicated tornado warning, this one is confirmed. Confirmed. Get to your safe place immediately. Show you other communities involved here. This area right along 157. Just north of Menlo. But I would get to a safe place in Menlo. You are in that polygon. Tryon, Somerville, Walnut Grove. We'll do a tracker here in a second, but keep in mind all these areas along 27, that's coming in from the west. It's right here. Let's do a quick tracker on that. Here's just a estimated time of arrival of where that rotation is, where that confirmed tornado center post around 10:39. Tryon, 10:45. And probably just near Naomi around 11:01. We'll keep Naomi there. That's kind of in this polygon here, this tracking polygon, that is. Get to your safe place immediately. Do not be looking for it, because as I show you the reflectivity scan, there's a lot of rain, a lot of lightning already happening well in advance of the cell. We'll go back and take a look at this in west of Dalton as well. A lot of rain and lightning, but again, that most intense part right in here. And there's still a lot of rain, even some strong wind gusts back here along 59 and west. It's a very elongated area, but it's right in here where that potential tornado is. And that's been a confirmed one at that. It's almost right along the state line now. Just west of Valley Head, Lookout Mountain area, Mentone, Little River Canyon, DeSoto State Park. These areas right in here. We'll come back to that one momentarily. Let's look here in Dalton. Let's take the lightning off just to clean up the noise just a little bit. And again, you can see right about in here, just west of Dalton now. That's where that Doppler radar indicated rotation was. At the very least, some very strong wind gusts headed toward Dalton. But also, again, tornado warning remains in effect there because of the potential that this storm has. You see right there, red to green. And there's this one now. It looks like it's more crossing more to the southern Dade, southern Walker County area. I mean, that's where that confirmed tornado that was near Mentone. And clearly see right there. Heads up and trying. Even heads up Lafayette, just outside the polygon, but that's still close enough. And you can still see other little pockets here in DeKalb County. I'm not trying to look at the velocity scan, just trying to get when that expiration time of that warning is. Keep me updated in Dalton on this cell. Again, you can see strong wind gusts hit Tunnel Hill to Dalton right in here. Rocky Face, I-75 area. So winds are picking up there in Dalton. So just keep in mind, at the very least, you have some very strong wind gusts. Outside chance a tornado could occur. There's a reason why this tornado warning is in effect. And that warning is out till 10:45 Eastern. Let's go back here to the southwest again. We're right on the Walker to Tuga County line. And that was with a confirmed tornado near Mentone. And we are still going to watch that real carefully because that's a dangerous storm. It's been quite dangerous, that whole elongated storm area complex that came out of DeKalb County. And so heads up, this will be areas. See that storm near Dalton? There's that broad circulation there, at least Doppler radar indicator rotation. And then we got down here to the south with that one. That'll be heading more east into southern Walker, northern Chattooga, and then probably clip southern Whitfield into Gordon County. So Resaca, even from Dalton to Calhoun. I know you've got one cell over you near Dalton, but heads up again in the next half hour as we track this one moving east at 25. From southern Whitfield, Resaca, Calhoun, as this moves to the east. Again, the high top radar is out, so this looks a bit more pixelated, not quite as clean as it usually does, but right in here. That is just south of the Dade County line with Walker County. Right along 157. I believe that is still up on the mountain there. That goes near Mountain Cove Farms, that area. Into the Cove region there. We'll do a quick tracker on this. You can clearly see that a little better as I zoom out. It's not as pixelated when I zoom out, but you can see it right there. So if we go, do a quick tracker on this, and we'll go back to Dalton. That, and then we track that particular part of the cell. Estimated timeline again, Hawkins community, be aware and Tryon, East Armurchie. All right, we'll come back to that one. Here's Dalton. Again, this is more Doppler radar indicated rotation, but again, you can clearly see right in here. Right over Dalton. Right along 75 and 41. You have Rocky Face and Dalton. There's a broad circulation there. So at the very least, you have the potential for damage and wind gust. Trying to get that warning down. Let me take the velocity scan off for a second. Get too many layers on there, it won't give you the query. There we go. That's still effective 10:45 Eastern time. It's almost right along the Dade-Walker County line. Right here, just north of Menlo. Here's a reflectivity scan on that. So you see a tremendous amount of rain and lightning even along that storm, and extends farther back into DeKalb County. So 2 cells moving out of there. And again, even with the wind gusts around Dalton, there's just so much lightning and rain with that, along with the potential of rotation, as we've been showing you. And I want to show you all the other areas north. There are advisories, but no warnings north of the state line. Okay? South Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Chattanooga, areas of Polk County, areas of Monroe County, there are advisories here, but these are not severe in nature. This loud with lightning, thunder, heavy rain, wind gusts up to 40, moving east at 45, but again, not tornadic storms. All of those are to the south and marching eastward. We've got this one storm in Dalton we're watching. Then we got these 2 cells here, watching that broad rotation on the Chattooga-Walker County line moving east. Broad storm moving out of DeKalb County. Velocity scan allows us to see where the worst part of the storm is a little bit better. Potentially right there along the Walker-Chattooga County line, just west of Center Post. All right, just updated. New tornado warning now. Let's go back to our tornado warning map. It'll make it a little easier to show here. We'll come back to this cell. Let's go to this one. You can see the area that we're watching is right here, right over Dalton. Prompted a new tornado warning. Let me read you the text of this warning from the National Weather Service. Okay. This is a new tornado warning for northwestern Gilmer, Murray, and southeastern Whitfield. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is right over Dalton, moving east at 30. Could have a tornado and quarter-size hail as it moves to the east at 30 miles an hour. And this is Doppler radar indicated rotation, meaning the storm could produce a tornado at any given time. At the very least, some very strong wind gusts with it. But areas like Dalton right now, Chatsworth, Ellijay, Eton, Conasauga Lake, Tales Creek, Dawnville, Ramhurst, Mountain Town, Fort Mountain State Park, Tilton, and North Georgia Speedway could be impacted as this storm moves to the east. Let me give you a tracker on this, and I'm going to be tracking, again, the worst part of this cell, right about here, right over Dalton, east at 30. Zoom out just a little bit. And you can see the areas within that polygon. Keith's Mill, Chatsworth, Roosevelt, Flat Branch between now and 11:25. Again, there's the outline of that polygon, which extends now east of Dalton. There's several polygons where this has been marching along, but there's the new one. I'll remove the velocity for a second. You can kind of see what I'm talking about. 1, 2, and 3. And the rotation that we're tracking right in here. Right over Dalton, moving to the east. Get to a safe place. Just stay there until we give you the all clear and say that you're no longer under a warning. But for right now, don't be looking for that storm, because from a reflectivity and lightning point of view, it is nasty out there. It's extremely loud. So the rotation's right in here, this part of the storm. In advance of the storm, all the way to Chatsworth, it's raining, lightning all over the place. So stay in a safe place as that storm passes by. 2 cells are watching here, and from Dade and again, Walker and Chattooga, these just won't let up. Again, I'm going to take the lightning off to kind of clean up the view just a little bit. You see right in here, just to the west of Tryon. And even near Menlo, this separate cell coming down right here. So you got 2 little cells here. This one, moving right along the Walker-Chattooga County line, and this one near Menlo, coming down from near Mentone for that warned storm in that part of DeKalb County. Here's just an update on that warning. Yeah, that's still out till 10:45, roughly the next 8 minutes. We'll keep an eye on that. But I have a feeling at Chattooga County, we got to deal with this particular cell coming into the western part, coming down from near Mentone. And yet, this right here. And you can see from the reflectivity point of view, these are 2 nasty cells. Rain, lightning, and strong wind gusts along with that. So at the very least, you got 1-2 punch coming in here to Dade, Walker, Chattooga. Let's go back to Whitfield County. There's the reflectivity point of view. It extends from Crandall to Chatsworth, all the way back to Dalton. Very heavy rain, a lot of lightning there. You can see from the velocity scan right between Dalton and Chatsworth. Here's the Doppler radar indicated rotation, so we'll keep an eye on that as it moves to the east. Again, even if it's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, it is a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter immediately until this storm passes by. It's almost to the east of Dalton now. And heads up in Chatsworth right over you, and then the stronger wind gusts right behind it. All right, here we go. This is a new warning for that cell here along the Chattooga-Walker County line. Let's see. This is for south central Whitfield, southeastern Walker, northwestern Gordon, northeastern Chattooga. New tornado warning out till 11:15 Eastern time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Center Post, about 7 miles north of Somerville, moving east at 35. Areas that could be impacted, as you see here, Calhoun, Tryon, Resaca, Center Post, Suttles Mill, Villanelle, Sugar Valley, Everett Springs, and Lake Marvin. And you can see again, if we pull up the velocity scan on that, we've been tracking that right along the line. It's not far from Center Post, Walnut Grove area. right in there. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. But that polygon goes all the way toward Calhoun and Resaca. Did they just issue? Let's see, they should have. Let's see. Here's a new polygon right here. It's going to replace that old one. Yeah, this is it. All right, this just issued also for southwestern Walker, northern Chattooga. Now, these are two separate storms, okay? Tornado warning out till 11:30 Eastern time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Cloudland, about 10 miles northwest of Somerville, moving east at 30. I'll show you these on velocity scan coming up, but these two cells have been tracking. So Chattooga, southern Walker have two separate warnings with it. We saw this happen a lot in our northern counties earlier on this evening. Somerville, Tryon, Menlo, Center Post, and Cloudland included in this warning. This is out to 11:30 Eastern time. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. So both these warnings out to 11:30. And that's kind of confusing right here and here, but it's for a storm here and a storm here. If we look at the velocity scan, let me take the lightning off. Velocity scan will show it a little bit better. All right. Cloudland and Menlo right here along 157. Right in here, you can see the area we're watching near Menlo. Okay, that has prompted the warning. That's in this polygon. So Somerville to Tryon. Okay. Then you've got the other rotation right here. Okay. And if we zoom out just a bit, that is causing this warning polygon all the way to Resaca and Calhoun. So this one moving this way. So those are the two areas, suspect areas we're watching. The interior polygon will expire, so we get down to two polygons, it's easier to track, but that's the areas to keep an eye on. Those are the two newest tornado warnings. Again, we have another one here that was issued a little while ago that we told you about. That goes all the way to your LJ, includes Chatsworth. That was for the rotation Doppler radar indicator tornado warning for Gilmer, Murray, Whitfield, specifically northwestern Gilmer, Murray, and southeastern Whitfield out to 11:15 Eastern time. If we watch the potential radar indicated rotation, you kind of see it's near Chatsworth at the moment. Right there, headed to the east. And also pockets of strong wind gusts even south of Dalton, headed to the east. So there's that suspect area. If we look at it from a reflectivity point of view, there's a lot of rain, a lot of lightning with these cells. Again, no tornado warnings, but still quite active. Parts of Polk County up to Tellico Plains, rain and lightning. Around the city and north, I tell you, not a whole lot going on. I mean, it's raining and lightning, but thankfully not severe. And not severe back to Mount Eagle. It is mainly the cells coming out from near Fort Payne. There's another one there south of Fort Payne. Look at all these here, here, here. So Chattooga is going to be very active. Watch out in Floyd County also. And just to give you a brief update here on the status of the tornado watch locally, just to give you some idea, west of Chattanooga, the tornado watch has been lifted. So severe threat has ended in the southeast Tennessee counties west of Chattanooga. This watch out for DeKalb and Jackson till 11 o'clock Central, I believe. Is that right? Or 11 Eastern? Yeah. No, excuse me. 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 Central. They've extended that. And then across southeast Tennessee, across northwest Georgia out to 2 a.m. Probably won't be that long of a threat, but it's possible. And then across southeast Tennessee till 2 a.m. as well. All right, let's go back to the active tornado warnings. Okay, you can see the suspect areas we're watching here. Let's go right here. A Doppler radar indicated rotations here, in and around Tryon, in and around Cloudland and Menlo, right here. I don't mean to block Tryon. It says Tryon right there. That has prompted these tornado warnings. This one, for this part, which extends on into Gordon County, out to 11:30 Eastern. That includes Calhoun, Sugar Valley, Tryon, Walnut Groves, over Tryon right now. And then this one, Cloudland and Menlo, which you can see right there. That warning out to 11:30 Eastern. If we back up into DeKalb County, it's been producing these storms all evening long. You can still see south of Fort Payne. Little rotation there south of Fort Payne. And still near the Henniger area. And then we'll go back here to Chatsworth. Again, you can see still, I'll point it out here. It's like looking at a needle in a haystack, but you can kind of see again, very broad area of, a broad rotation. So at the very least, a very strong wind gust now between Dalton and Chatsworth. Kind of see it right there. So that keeps this tornado, this Doppler radar indicated tornado warning active along 411 through Murray, potentially Fannin, potentially Gilmer. It's going to be going through the mountainous areas there over Fort Mountain, Grassy Mountain, and over toward Ellijay. And these are two dangerous storms here locally. Potential rotation right there and right here. Radar paused on me for a minute, had to go just momentary reset. All right. So we got in and around Tryon right now. I want to make sure Tryon's in this circle. And clearly see right there that radar indicated rotation. It's right along the Walker to Tuga County line, right along just west of 27 to Tryon. And also here, right near the Menlo area, moving to the east. So Tryon and Somerville both affected by two separate cells here. As they move eastward. Busy night. Hope everybody is safe as we continue to watch these storms out here. The reason why we are on the air, wall to wall, and on our streaming services, wall to wall, just to keep you updated so you know exactly where these storms are. That's our job as we watch these move on through. Let's go back to Chatsworth for a second. Again, seeing some very strong wind gusts around Chatsworth. And again, this is going to replace the tornado warning out. The new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. Let's zoom out and take a look at that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Gilmer and central Murray County to 11:30 Eastern. Severe thunderstorm over Fort Mountain and Chatsworth, moving east at 30. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible and penny-sized hail. So be aware of this in areas like Chatsworth, Ellijay, Eton, East Ellijay, Ramhurst, Pisgah, Georgia, Cherry Log, Mountain Town, Fort Mountain State Park, and the Roy community. I should note that you see how this severe thunderstorm warning is outlined in orange. That means because of the past history this storm has had with, Doppler radar indicator rotation, that it could still produce a tornado. So please keep that in mind as it moves along to the east, Chatsworth to Fort Mountain now. It continues moving eastward into Gilmer and Fannin County. So at the very least, could produce wind gusts up to 60, but still could develop a tornado. So that's why this is still outlined in orange. All right, let's go back to this. These two cells, these dangerous cells here in Chattooga County. This is now just east of Tryon. But look at this. Menlo to Somerville, that's a Doppler radar indicator rotation there. So this part of Chattooga County still under tornado warning until 11:30 Eastern. And that warning for that storm just east of Tryon, that goes until 11:15. But you can see the areas of concern here. And right here. And this shows you the movement very rapidly to the east, around 30 miles an hour. Let's go back near Fort Payne, still another cell here. So rotation south of Fort Payne. So we're going to keep an eye on that for southern Chattooga County coming up. If you look at this from a reflectivity point of view, it's still a nasty line of storms rolling by. So it's been a little quieter southern Chattooga into Floyd County, but that's all about to change as that moves to the east. There are no other warnings north of the state line. We do have this warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, Chatsworth to Ellijay, but again, because it's outlined in orange, indicates again, quick spin-up tornado is possible with that because of its past history. Still raining heavily in Dalton, though no longer under that warning. This again gives you another overview of the entire area. There are several advisories below severe levels for eastern McMinn, southern Monroe, Polk, and western Cherokee. I don't want to leave you out, but we got those other higher priority storms and those tornado warnings. But again, just to show you this, these could have wind gusts upwards of 40 miles an hour. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, but all below severe levels. But noisy, but not like what you're seeing to the south. And there's this warning out, severe thunderstorm warning out until 11:30 Eastern for Gilmer and Central Murray County. And then we got this whole, gosh, what do you call this? A line of storms from Lafayette kind of snaking around to Somerville to Fort Payne down to Galesville. But I mentioned this because areas south of Somerville and Chattooga and Floyd, get ready. Be aware these storms are moving in. Going back to the tornado warned storms, still several coming out of DeKalb County. You see right here, south of Fort Payne, the east of Collinsville here. That's going to be entering. Watch out for Lyerly in Floyd County as that moves east. So southern parts of Chattooga could go under a warning for that cell. And then we've got these two other areas of Doppler radar rotation where there are tornado warnings in effect. This one around Somerville. This one now east of Highway 27, east of Tryon, moving east. There's Resaca, Calhoun, and Somerville will track through this polygon here. Again, that warning, tornado warning for that Doppler radar indicated rotation near Calhoun and Resaca. That's out to 11:15 Eastern, roughly the next 20 minutes. This one to 11:30. Stay in your safe place. Let me back it up a little bit. You can see where that area of rotation we were watching as it rolled through the Dalton area for the past hour. See, this was about 10:25 Eastern near Dalton. As it moves east, it is now east of Chatsworth right here. You can see this massive storm there went south of Fort Payne. And that's out to 11:30 Eastern time for that broad rotation you see there. That's really not far from center and near Weiss Lake down here. It's right here just west of Galesville. I point this out because southern Chattooga and parts of Floyd can be impacted by that as it moves to the east, mostly outside of our viewing area. So again, we've got two cells here to keep an eye out for the tornado warning still in effect. We're looking at the velocity scan here, and between Tryon and Somerville here. I believe Pennville is right here between Tryon and Somerville, right here. That's very close to where that circulation is. So we're watching these two tornado warning storms. Heads up Somerville, Tryon, all these areas are on 27. Just stay in your safe place. We'll let you know when this passes by and when this warning is no longer in effect. It looks like the worst that's past Menlo, but you're still getting a lot of rain and lightning from that other cell coming out of DeKalb. This one right here is still south of Villanelle along the Chattooga-Walker County line. Still in that warning polygon that extends all the way through Calhoun and Resaca. So Sugar Valley, let's keep an eye on that. Right there and there. All right. Updating the tornado watch area. Hamilton, Ray, Meigs. Basically from Cleveland west, from the Bradley-Hamilton County line west, the watch is over. But for the Bradley-McMinn County line east, it remains effective till 2 a.m. At least that's the issuance time. It'll probably be before that by the time it's taken out. But Hamilton County no longer under the tornado watch. And again, we welcome those of you watching News Channel 9 at 11. We continue our storm coverage. Is that right? Yes, 11 o'clock even. Continue our live coverage here as we're tracking these tornado-warned storms across our viewing area. It's been a busy night tracking this. Let me show you we're going to look at the storm damage reports that have been received so far. This is just going to give you a broad overview. Then we'll go back and look at some of the ongoing tornado warnings because there's a lot going on. Just to give you a rough idea, northern parts of Hamilton County, trees down in Sale Creek that occurred at about 7 o'clock this evening. Near Athens, several trees down just before 8 o'clock. Let's check this one. Several trees down in Griffith Creek near Marion County. That was with the early afternoon storms. No other reports to the south yet, although these reports will start trickling in with the official storm reports. So one of the situations where we'll know more as the evening goes on. There's a live radar view to show you what's happening across our viewing area. No longer severe from the city and west. It's very active. South of Lafayette to Rome. This is the area you're watching very carefully. Same thing east of Dalton, from Chatsworth over to LJ. And these cells in far east Tennessee into western North Carolina, headed towards Murphy. It's loud out there, but these are below severe levels. We have gusts upwards of 40. A lot of heavy rain over near Copper Hill. A lot of lightning at Copper Hill as well, and north of Blue Ridge, but not severe. So we still have the tornado-warned storms farther north. Let me go back one more frame. And here's what we're watching. We're looking at a velocity scan, which allows us to look at the wind. And you can see there are two tornado warnings here. The rotation right here along the Chattooga-Walker County line, almost near the border of Floyd, and then right here near Somerville. These tornado warnings remain in effect. This one through Chattooga County. That's the other one out to 11:15. The one out to 11:15 is for that circulation, right, that Doppler radar indicated rotation there. But for this one in and around Somerville, okay, this tornado warning out until 11:30 Eastern. So we're still monitoring those two areas very, very carefully. They've had a past history of producing potential tornado damage. We have had reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground earlier this evening near Mentone, also near Section, Alabama. The others have been Doppler radar indicated tornado warnings. This warning here, which encompasses Calhoun and Resaca, is out until 11:30 Eastern. That storm is moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. So if we track where the rotation is right here, potential rotation right there, moving east at 30. Tell you what, let me do one more track on that because I got to back up. It's moving pretty fast. Okay. So we are tracking the worst part of the storm right where, again, a little bit of rotation noted right there. So Sugar Valley, around 11:13, Calhoun, 11:22, Red Bud around 11:36. So these are the areas where that Doppler radar rotation noted. So we'll keep an eye on that as it moves to the east. Okay. And still this broad rotation here right along Highway 27. right near Somerville, just south of Tryon, right there, is keeping this tornado warning active here until 11:15, or excuse me, 11:30 Eastern. Again, that's Doppler radar indicated rotation. And then this new warning, which now includes southern Chattooga and Floyd. We've been talking about that if you've been watching our live stream and on air, anticipating this, but no surprise here. That's due to that storm that's near Galesville in the Weiss Lake area. But for Chattooga and Floyd, this is southwestern Chattooga, southwestern Floyd. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Cedar Bluff over near the lake there, moving east at 30. This is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but again, it's out to 11:45. That includes Rome and far southern Chattooga County. But there's that rotation right there. Right here with that cell and moving to the east. But that does include far southern Chattooga and into Floyd County till 11:45. And looking at it from a reflectivity point of view, we'll add the lightning, because we'll be looking at just the wind. These are massive storms. They're extremely loud. So we're just pinpointing where the wind is. Doesn't show you the scope of the storm. I mean, look up here across northern Chattooga. It's so loud out there. So even if there was strong wind gusts with a potential tornado, it'd be hard to hear. So because of that, we want you in a safe place as this passes by. So raining and lightning just to the west of Resaca and Calhoun, southern Walker, from Somerville to Lyerly to Menlo. Lafayette now, mostly that's moved away. You're kind of in the clear now. I think that the severe threat for you is ending. Dalton still, you had a nasty cell. You had that one cell move by. I'll point this out. We had this one around 10:25. This is the one that had the tornado warning with it. This is the one that had the potential of rotation. It moved by, and now we got another cell behind it. Though it's not severe in Dalton, it's still raining heavily. A lot of lightning. It's headed toward Chatsworth. This warning is a severe thunderstorm warning, but because it's outlined in orange, as I've mentioned so many times, it could have a quick spin-up tornado with it. So that's where we're watching that between Chatsworth and Ellijay. And then looking at a broad overview of the entire viewing area, again, from the city and west, things are a lot calmer. Thank goodness. But we're still dealing with a lot of strong storms and tornado potential here. Somerville to Calhoun, east of Chatsworth now towards Ellijay. Still pretty nasty here from Copper Hill, McKaysville, Blue Ridge to Murphy to Hayesville. This is not a warning, though it is an advisory. Out till midnight, wind gusts upwards of 50 and pea-sized hail. Remember, severe threshold's 58, so it's still going to blow out there with the wind, but still a lot of rain, a lot of lightning. Still very possible as that moves off to the east. The very heavy rain, Tellico Plains to Athens, not severe. And again, 3 tornado-warned storms. And we'll look at the velocity scan in a minute, but you can see where they're developing from. One rotation near Somerville, one along the far southern corner, southeastern corner of Walker to Gordon, and then this one coming near Weiss Lake, headed towards southern Chattooga, and on into Floyd County. Let me show you one more time again that the tornado watch is no longer in effect for Hamilton. If I mention your county, the tornado watch is over. Hamilton, Meigs, Ray, Bledsoe, Cumberland, Van Buren, Grundy, Sequatchie, Grundy, Marion, Franklin. Tornado watch is no longer in effect. Here's our velocity scan as we watch potential rotation that's prompted these tornado warnings. You can see just east of Tryon, just east of Somerville, this warning remains active because of this rotation here east of Highway 27. That's out to 11:30 Eastern. So we'll keep an eye on that rotation right there. It's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. And also just west of Sugar Valley. I'll circle it for you. Right there. Right along that Tri-County line there. That's what's keeping this warning active till 11:30 also. These are Doppler radar indicated rotation, but again, means it could produce a tornado at any given time. At the very least, it's a very strong wind gusts with these storms moving by. You can see it right there near Sugar Valley. And again, right here, this broad circulation here just on and just east of 27. Looks like the worst of those have passed finally after 2 rounds trying in Somerville. But get ready in Sugar Valley in that corner with Gordon County. And then farther south, far southern Chattooga, it's this rotation here near Cedar Bluff, right in here. And that's for far southern Chattooga and then into Floyd County. So near Rome. So Rome is included in that warning. That's out to 11:45 Eastern. And if you look at the entire viewing area as a whole, there's these latest storm reports, which we'll continue to monitor. This severe thunderstorm warning here to Ella J. This remains in effect until 11:30. As those storms move along to the east at 30 miles an hour. But again, the severe threat in Chattanooga pretty much over. I think Lafayette, things have started improving also. Still some rain and lightning coming out of DeKalb County, but still okay. But Marion, severe threat over. Cleveland, I think for the most part, it's starting to move out for you. Athens, you're about to be out of it. Dayton, Spring City, Decatur, Pikeville, Dunlap, it's over for you. In the worst weather at the current time, it's right here. And pressing east. In fact, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning right there. Includes some in our viewing area, some not in our viewing area. But I'll read you the text anyway. That's what I'm here for. Southwest, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning out till midnight. Next 45 minutes, for southwestern Murray County, Floyd, Gordon, central Chattooga, and central Bartow County. So, severe thunderstorm line located from Sugar Valley, where we showed you that rotation, to near Slackland, moving east at 35. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust are possible, and areas that could be included in this. Rome, Calhoun, Adairsville, Cave Spring, Kingston, Resaca, Plainville, Fairmont, Ranger, Redbud, Lake Marvin, and Holland, Georgia. And also note, as I've mentioned several times tonight, you see the severe thunderstorm warning outline in orange. That means, again, we've got rotation with this. So that line stretching from near Sugar Valley down, there are several points where there's rotation with it. So because of that, there could be a quick spin-up tornado at any given time. And I'm going to show you the individual rotation markers here. So we're going to go back to the tornado warning overview. So we'll start with this polygon here because you can see again near Sugar Valley, right there. This tornado warning is still active because of that potential. And then in Chattooga County, see this broad area circulation east of Somerville. All right, they just popped a new warning because of that circulation. New warning there. All right, that's the old warning. We got the new warning taking this over. All right, here's the cell right here. This is a new tornado warning. All right, tornado warning for northeastern Floyd, central Gordon, and northeastern Chattooga County until midnight Eastern time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Subligna, or just 9 miles east of Somerville. You can see right here. Here's Somerville right here. So it's right in this area right there where you see that Doppler radar indicated rotation. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is the polygon right here in effect until midnight Eastern. It'll start replacing this polygon, and then you got the severe thunderstorm warning here outlined. But this is the warning right there. So there it is, Chattooga, Floyd, Gordon, which includes Calhoun and Sugar Valley, out to midnight Eastern time. That is due to the rotation seen right here, right there. And if we track this for you, at least where that circulation is, or that rotation is, see it moves along the length of this polygon. So Everett Springs around 1124. Again, we're seeing Doppler radar indicated rotation here. Reeves around 1136. Calhoun around 1146 Eastern. Right around midnight at the expiration time of this polygon in Redbud. And we still have this polygon here. These are kind of overlapping, but those cells are so close to each other. Not trying to show the velocity, trying to hit that where we've got this broad circulation here, right here. Headed toward Resaca. That's a separate tornado warning, tornado warned storm. It still won't give me that. It's not cooperating with me tonight. There we go. So that tornado warning remains in effect here till 11:30. That includes Calhoun and Resaca. Again, that's also Doppler radar indicated rotation over Sugar Valley and moving east at 30. So again, the Sugar Valley rotation, it's just caught in this whole cluster of different advisories. They start overlapping each other, but it's just, that's done for a reason so that you get the warnings from the National Weather Service. You can see that broad rotation right about there. and it's going to be moving within this polygon here. And you can see there's several different rounds of rotation along this line. There's that one and this one. Moving to the east. This one more impactful potentially toward Calhoun and Redbud. That's out till midnight Eastern. These are Doppler radar indicated tornado warnings. But they are moving fast. Again, going back to the overview of the entire viewing area, and if we loop this a live radar view, if we loop this, things are a lot quieter from the city and northwest. The worst weather locally, Calhoun, southward to Rome. That's the worst weather. Thankfully, the warning that was in effect for Chatsworth to LJ has now moved away to the east. Now we've got these ongoing warnings out to at least midnight Eastern. Midnight Eastern. We'll go back to those warned storms momentarily. Here again is the tornado watch overview. Hamilton County and west, no longer under the watch. Technically, southeast Tennessee, western North Carolina, that watch out till till 2 a.m. It'll probably expire before that, but it hasn't yet. Northwest Georgia, same thing. Out to 2 a.m., more than likely it'll be lifted before that time. And across North Alabama, I believe it's the same expiration time. I think they've got it out till midnight. That's actually 1 Eastern, but again, that'll probably expire before that. Because if you look at the overview again of our viewing area, you can see farther back to the west, things are improving quite a bit. This is all moving to the east and southeast. Everything back to the west, out in here, has improved. So we'll go back to our active tornado warnings to the south. You can still see two little pockets to watch. It's really now one major pocket here. Not really major, but it's showing up better on the reflectivity or the velocity scan, excuse me. Right here. That is along the far northern extension of Floyd, where Floyd meets Gordon. Here's Chattooga, but that little hat tip of Floyd goes way up there and is now just to the west of Calhoun. To be more specific, that's near Everett Springs. And then you got Highway 41 and 75. Here's Calhoun right here. And you got Georgia Highway 156 right here. So it's just to the west of there. Let's do a little bit of a tracker. Moving east at 30. I'm just going to track that worst part where the rotation is. Let me zoom back out just a little bit. Gotta give ourselves a little more real estate here. We are tracking where the Doppler radar indicator rotation is here. That's what we're tracking. And there's the polygon, the tornado warning. So here's the estimated time of arrival. Reeves community, we're at 11:33. Calhoun, around 11:41. Redbud, 11:57 just before midnight, and Ranger just after midnight if it holds together. Tracking that broad Doppler radar indicator rotation there, the reason why that tornado warning polygon remains in effect until midnight Eastern. And there is the outline of it right there, which does include a Calhoun over around Redbud. And then farther south, that really broad rotation there has crossed the state line now into right on the Chattooga-Floyd County line. So heads up in Rome. This is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Oh, wait a minute. They just updated that right there. Check that. Yeah, that storm near Cedar Bluff still on a reflectivity scale showing up very well. That's now, they just updated that tornado warning, but you can see right here near Cedar Bluff, over near Weiss Lake, and that's keeping that tornado warning active here in Floyd County and southern Chattooga out till midnight Eastern. And then there's that just south of Sugar Valley. So be aware in Calhoun, that storm moving your way right there. Moving to the east. And that's Doppler radar indicator rotation. And these are the only warnings locally, 2 of them locally. The one just west of Calhoun, the one near Cedar Bluff, about to cross the state line into Floyd County. So here and here, there and there. Look at the overall radar view. Things are improving quite rapidly. We love to see that, but we're still got those active warnings, Calhoun and Rome. Been a busy night, but that's what we're here for, folks. All right, if you folks in Murphy, Cherokee County, and over towards Hayesville, very noisy out there, rain, lightning, but again, this is below severe levels. It could have some wind gusts. I'll read you the advisory here for Murphy to Hayesville. Gusts up to 50, I believe, possible, and pea-size hail. Moving to the east at 40. This advisory effective till midnight. And the same thing here across northern Fannin County and into Union County. Again, the special weather statements below severe thunderstorm warning, wind gust 40 to 50 miles an hour, penny-size hail, moving east at 30. Chattanooga, Cleveland. It's still raining in Chickamauga and Trenton and Ringgold. Still some loud booms that may wake you up, but this is not severe. The worst weather is now to your east. And we continue to track the 2 main storms here. One near Calhoun. If you go basically from Resaca to Rome, pretty rough. Although we're looking at the velocity scan, we can pinpoint where the winds are. These warnings, 2 warnings, Doppler radar indicated tornado warnings out till midnight Eastern. You can see the elongated rotation there, right here. That's south of Georgia Highway 20, north of Cave Spring, and close to Rome. That Doppler radar indicated tornado warning out till midnight Eastern in Rome. Calhoun. There's that rotation we'll be watching here. When I say here, I'm about right here. It's just to the west of Rome, west of Calhoun now. This tornado warning still remains in effect till midnight Eastern. That's right along 156 and just west of 41 and 75. So again, those areas, Calhoun, stay in a safe place. Let this storm pass by, okay? Sugar Valley, I think the circulation that was near you has now passed to the east. I'll go back to reflectivity scan here. You notice this other orange box here? See, we got the tornado warnings. There's this orange box right there. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but because it's outlined in orange, it means that there's been Doppler radar indicated rotation. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning, yes, but subtitle here, it could have a potential tornado with it. So that's out to midnight Eastern for that whole line that extends from now near Ellijay all the way down to just west of Rome. At the very least, gust up to 60, but also, again, please note that a tornado is possible with that storm. Because we have seen some spin-ups along that line, that one west of Calhoun and that one west of Rome. So at Calhoun, you're already getting the rain and the lightning, but again, if we just pinpoint where the rotation of that storm could be, right in here, 156 and Rome Road Southwest, just west of 41. Just to give you a better idea, you can see the rain, the lightning with that. So it's already pouring rain in Calhoun. But the area that we're watching is right about in here. So that's in relation to the rest of the storm. And that's coming into better view with the Peachtree City radar. Again, the high top radar went out earlier this evening. So that's why some of the velocity scans look a little pixelated. It's a little harder to pick out, but this now is in the range of the Peachtree City radar, so it's a little bit easier to pick out there, as you can see. So You can see the rotation, potential rotation right there, and the reason why that tornado warning stays in effect for Calhoun till midnight with that potential. And we don't want to give the all clear till that thing passes by. Same thing to the south. Notice again, storming all the way down to Murchie and Somerville, rain and lightning. But I got to tell you, folks, for as busy as it's been in Somerville the past hour, pretty much the worst is past you. Somerville trying, that's a good thing. Again, in far southern Chattooga, well, now mostly in Floyd. So got this active tornado warning here, again, for Doppler radar indicator rotation. You can see it right there. And this is being picked up better by the Peachtree City radar between 411 and Georgia Highway 20, approaching Rome to Lindale. A lot of rain and lightning towards Fort Payne, but it's no longer severe nature. It's about to end for you. Scottsboro, the worst is over for you. South Pittsburgh, the worst is over for you. Looking back at the tornado watch box, all of our southeast Tennessee counties have cleared. No longer under the tornado watch. Yeah, with time shortly, a lot of other counties will probably be lifted as well. But again, all of southeast Tennessee no longer under that tornado watch. Again, the worst weather, Calhoun to Rome, and still raining heavily, a lot of thunder and lightning, Murphy, approaching Hayesville, about Blue Ridge, but these are below severe levels. Most of Dade County clearing out. Still raining and lightning across Walker and again in Ringgold. It's going to be a little noisy, but you can go on to sleep. Worst weather's past you. Cleveland, same thing. May get a little noisy, but the worst weather's past you. You're no longer under a tornado watch. You're in the clear. And thank you for those of you who stayed up with us and watching the coverage. For those counties that are no longer under the watch, you can, go ahead and go on to get some sleep. I know there's a busy work day coming up tomorrow, Wednesday. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah, still Tuesday night. Again, we are starting hour 5. Hour 5 of our live streaming coverage. And thank you for those of you who've been watching and joining us throughout the night. It's been a busy night, having to jump around and hopscotch around all these warnings out there, but that's what we have to do. I wish we could stay on one spot at all given times, but it's hard to do. So we try to make our way around the area and show you the areas of concern and keep you posted. Let's go back to the 2 areas. We'll start with this one near Calhoun. Tornado warning remains in effect there till midnight. I think the velocity scan is going to show it a lot better. There it is. There's the Doppler radar indicator rotation there from Calhoun south, right along 41 and 75. At the very least, some strong wind gusts, but that's a rotating storm. So that tornado warning out till midnight Eastern. So that shows you the rotation in relation to the storm right there. And then this real elongated west to east storm from Rome back to the state line. But the reason why there's tornado warning there, well, if you take a look inside the storm, you can kind of see why. Right there. Yeah, here's an update from the National Weather Service in Peachtree City about that rotation there. That's the one near Rome. I'm going to go back to the one near Calhoun. You can see there's a new warning there. Just popped a new warning there. We'll go back to our tornado warning map here. Makes it a little bit easier to show. That's a new tornado warning out for Gordon County. All right, so that rotation that you can see right behind that placard there is right here. Okay, here's the text of the warning here for Gordon County. It's out till 12:15 Eastern. All right, National Weather Service in Peachtree City issued a tornado warning for southeastern Gordon County and northwest Georgia. This again is a Doppler radar indicated tornado rotation. Okay. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Calhoun. You can see it right there. And they've actually issued another polygon there. We'll check that out in a second. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation. All right, so this is an update on this part of the polygon. So this polygon out till 12:15. This is an update on this one out to midnight. Because here's the rotation right here. I'll circle it for you. Right over Calhoun and just to the south there. So for this polygon here, that's out to midnight. This is still a Doppler radar indicated rotation right over Calhoun moving east at 35. So midnight for this part of the polygon west of Ranger, then all the way to the county line at 12:15 Eastern. Okay? But right now it's right along 75 and 41. And moving rapidly. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation, but again, that could cause a tornado at any given time. Reason why we are parked here and keeping you updated on this. So that, again, there's been a new tornado warning for Gordon County. That one has been out, that warning that I'm displaying there. But the new one, till 12:15 Eastern, which goes all the way to the far eastern edge of Gordon County. And you can see right here where that rotation is. Let's go down here. Rome area, Lindale. Let's get an update on this one. This is still Doppler radar indicated rotation. This is out to 11:45. We'll see if they extend that. This is a broad circulation there. At the very least, some very strong wind there near Rome and just to the south, right in there. So we'll see if there's any extension in that one. And then, of course, right here, moving to the east. And again, that'll clear out of the county at about 12:15 Eastern. We'll do a quick track on it for you as well. That's moving east at 35. So we just track where the rotation is. Okay, it'll move out of there pretty rapidly. So we're watching that. And near Rome. That warning just expired, but I mean, can't ignore that. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now, those are the two main areas in our local viewing area. The rest of the storms are no longer severe. So I would say once we get past midnight, which is coming up shortly, about the next half hour, this will start pushing outside the viewing area, and everybody in the clear. I do want to note we've had other counties removed from the tornado watch. Northeast Alabama, you're in the clear, still raining and lightning in spots, but no longer under the watch for DeKalb and Jackson. All of Southeast Tennessee now out of the tornado watch. North Georgia, technically till 2 a.m., although it will probably get lifted before then, but not yet. But as you can see, the overview of our viewing area, I went too far. It's this one. There we go. We still have pockets of rain around, though no longer severe in nature. Yes, it's pretty noisy around Ellijay, pretty noisy around Blue Ridge. These are below severe levels, though. Pretty noisy around Murphy and Hayesville, but those storms will be passing by, and I would say this advisory, this special weather state was out till midnight, I believe. Yeah, it'll be passing on by Hayesville. You have wind gusts upwards of 50. It's below severe levels. Pea-size hail possible. Murphy, that's moving out. You're moving out of your way. You're in the clear. So you got some showers and rain. Will come in from the west-southwest. They're not severe. Blue Ridge, Ellijay, okay. Again, we still got this storm in and around Calhoun. Still pretty nasty. Again, this tornado warning here out till 12:15 Eastern time. Let's move it east pretty quickly. That now broad rotation area now east of Calhoun. But getting close to Ranger, Fairmont. And this one got till 12:15. But there's that broad circulation now east of Calhoun. Okay. And again, Calhoun to Daresville, rain, lightning, Rome, rain, lightning, pouring rain. And again, you know, if you look at that from the velocity scan here, you know, it's pretty interesting. At the very least, some very strong wind gusts from Rome to Lindale, but starting to move away. Fort Payne, things have improved. You're no longer under a watch. Somerville, rain, lightning still around. It's noisy, but you can go to sleep. You're in the clear. Lafayette, you're in the clear. Again, you might hear a pop of thunder, but you're in the clear. Dalton, Ringgold, Chickamauga, Trenton, Chattanooga, Red Bank, Hickson, Saudi Daisy. It's still raining. You might have some lightning, but for right now, you're in the clear. Calhoun, Sail Creek, Dunlap, Dayton, Spring City, Decatur, Athens, Inglewood, Etowah, Calhoun, you're in the clear. Go on to sleep. Still be aware of the lightning threat around Ellijay and Blue Ridge, although not severe. I believe they updated this elongated severe thunderstorm warning here. That's the same one. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. This is probably the new warning east of our viewing area. Little bit of Gordon, little bit of Floyd, but that's starting to move east. So we're still concerned mainly by that circulation there in eastern Gordon County that keeps us in that tornado warning till 12:15. That's where that warning is in effect, right here. Looks like around Georgia Highway 53, now east of Calhoun. You can see right there. And this Doppler radar indicated rotation. So Ranger, Fairmont, right along 411. Stay in the safe place till we give you the all clear here. For the most part, it's past Calhoun. Still raining and there's still lightning there, but that worst looks to be just to your east. Yeah, closing in on Fairmont to Ranger, right along 53 and just west of 411. That's why that tornado warning is still out till 12:15 for that part of Gordon County. So that's the only tornado warning out locally. This whole line that stretches basically from Calhoun north of Cedartown has a broad severe thunderstorm warning along it. And again, they've added to that all the way to Kennesaw. Again, where you see this orange shading indicates where, again, it's kind of an elevated severe thunderstorm warning, which means at the very least damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour, but also could have a quick spin up tornado because of the rotation that we're seeing in spots. But again, the rest of the viewing area mostly in the clear. Dalton, you're still getting some rain and lightning, but Dalton, the severe threat has ended for you. Ringgold, you're good. Cleveland, Charleston, Tennessee, clear. Athens, Tellico Plains, you're looking good. Mount Eagle, you're fine. Dunlap, you're good. And we'll go back to this tornado warning storm here in Gordon County, near Ranger and Fairmont. You can see the scope of the storm itself right here. And then there's the rotation with it. Churchill Highway 53 here, 411 right there. So let's stay in your safe place till this warning is lifted and we give the all clear. We mentioned many other areas in the clear, but not this one yet. Not this one yet. I thank those of you who join us on our live stream for over the past 5 hours. We've been streaming this and both on air and online. So appreciate you joining us here for this. I'm looking over some of our comments. Someone noted here in Calhoun, they had their lights go on and off. So yeah, that's some strong gusts there. Thanks to those of you who've been watching tonight. We'll continue our live stream here. We'll let our on-air audience go back to programming in a few minutes after this warning expires for Calhoun, for Gordon County. They have extended that warning. There's an extension there that'll go outside of our viewing area. But still, we're watching the storm very carefully. You see the scope of the storm. The worst of that storm is past Calhoun, now toward Fairmont. And you can see in relation to that storm where the rotation is between Ranger and Fairmont. In fact, it's right over Fairmont now. updated warning, which includes the far southeastern part of Gordon County. Let me read this to you. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located right over Funkhauser, or 14 miles west of Jasper, Georgia, moving east at 50. This is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Again, it's for that rotation right there near Fairmont. Right there near Fairmont. Again, stay in your safe place. This warning out till 12:30, although, again, from Fairmont, that's out till 12:15. So, again, next 10 to 15 minutes over Fairmont. It'll start exiting the county soon, but let's stay in that safe place right there in these areas, Ranger to Fairmont. Moving east at 50 miles an hour. Yeah, it's a loud storm already. And you see the overlapping tornado warnings. This one is about to expire. This one till 12:15, and then this one extends eastward on into other neighboring counties, Pickens County, Bartow County. But the worst part of that storm, rain and lightning, but again, that rotation potential there near Fairmont. Yeah, Calhoun, I had someone ask me on our comment line here. Calhoun, basically in the clear, most of that, there's a lot of lightning around you. You're going to hear it. Mostly that worst part of the storm has now moved away. And someone asking about Adairsville, the most part is moving now east of Adairsville. A lot of lightning still around, but I think the worst elements of that storm now moving away. Again, taking a radar tour of the rest of our viewing area as we approach midnight Eastern time. Dalton, you're okay. Raining, lightning, but not severe. Still noisy in LJ and Blue Ridge, same thing, not severe. This special weather statement polygon will disappear in about the next minute. But that's exiting away from Hayesville. Murphy, you're looking good. Murphy, you'll still have some rain coming in, though not severe. All across Chattanooga, there's some rain north of Cleveland. But again, you're in the clear. Everything looks good. Looking good. Rome and Floyd County, it's extremely noisy there. But again, severe thunderstorm warning there, which I'll point out remains in effect until midnight Eastern. But looks like the worst of that's passed to your east. Our main concern locally remains in far eastern Gordon County. There's the scope of the storm now east of Calhoun. You can see that, again, broad rotation near Fairmont. We'll keep an eye on that for the next few minutes. That part of eastern Gordon County, that tornado warning out till 12:15 Eastern. We'll take a look down in Rome where, that was one of the area we showed a lot of circulation, but I think it became more straight line wind in Rome. Yeah, you can see pretty rough with wind, but that worst part's now moved to the east. But still a lot of lightning, strobe lights basically in Rome, but Rome now no longer under that warning, but still a lot of lightning, heavy rain in Rome up to about Emerci to Somerville, but things are improving there. Yeah, once we start seeing this lift away from Fairmont, it's about to. Yeah, it's starting to move to the east of Fairmont. Just, that's out till 12:15 Eastern. All right, folks, here's what we're going to do. We're going to allow our on-air folks to rejoin ABC programming as these are starting to move outside of our viewing area. Gordon County technically is outside of our viewing area, but I include it because historically we have a lot of folks watching in Calhoun. So that's why I include that. But for the most part, the rest of the viewing area is improving and will continue to improve over the next half hour to hour for areas to the far east. Again, across southeast Tennessee, the tornado watch has been lifted. Same thing for Jackson and DeKalb County. So I'm going to allow our on-air audience to go back to regular programming while we continue our coverage live streaming. So if you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, our streaming continues. So stand by. You're not hear sound on the streaming, but our streaming does continue. But our on-air audience will let them go back to programming. Those of you watching on the live stream, I'm still here. I was just letting the on-air folks know that they can go back to programming. And we're going to be on just for a little while longer, okay? For the most part, our viewing area has improved quite a bit. Don't need you to stay on or stay up late, because things are improving, okay? So again, just showing you a broad overview of the viewing area. Things have rapidly improved. One warning out for far eastern Gordon County is about to expire because that area that we're watching for that broad rotation is now exiting out of Gordon County. So we'll kind of hold here, and once that expires, we'll let that go. But I just want to show you that the rest of the viewing area, things are improving quite a bit. You might still hear a pop of thunder, lightning, but for the most part, things have improved. LJ to Blue Ridge, still some rain and lightning there, to Murphy, Tuttico Plains, south of Athens, but with the exception of the occasional shower, not much going on, and that's a good thing. You see it all starting to move away to the east. The main cold front, well, it'll make progress tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be a windy day coming up. The rain far outpacing the front, and then tomorrow it won't be cold. It'll still be quite warm and rather windy. And again, all of our viewing areas, southeast Tennessee and western North Carolina, all no longer under the watch. You're all in the clear, going to bed, okay? Across North Georgia, this will probably change with time. Technically, it's still out for the next 2 hours, but as the activity starts moving away, you might see this again start being lifted a little bit sooner, okay? So a little bit sooner. Let's take a look at some of the storm reports so far tonight. Let's just take a look. Some of these new reports across North Georgia. Let's take a look at this. Right on the Whitfield-Catoosa County line, got multiple trees down, rocky face. That was around 10:25. That was right when we saw that rotation noted there near Dalton. Oh, no, that's in Tryon, tree on a home near the intersection of Ridge Street and Allgood Street. I don't like to hear that. Let's go into Southern Walker, tree on a power line near Menlo. Trees down and power lines down near Edison Street. That's in Menlo. Almost quarter-size hail noted in Somerville after 11 o'clock Eastern. Center Post. So we had, those several storms roll by with rotation. Trees down near the intersection of Highway 157 and Valley View Ranch Road. Earlier on, I'm trying to check some of these reports here in Huntsville. There's no tornado reports there, but some of that hail is pretty large out there. This is in and around Huntsville. Let me see. Yeah, 1.5 inch ping pong ball size. That's over near Huntsville. Scottsboro, just west of there. Let's see if that was large hail too. Yeah, $50 size near Scottsboro. All right, let's look at the tornado warning storms at the moment. Again, that storm, tornado warning up now is mainly east now of Gordon County, so moving out. That's good. In Rome, it's pretty nasty, but the warnings have ended in Rome. And basically all the advisories are ending for our viewing area. So we're going to wrap things up here for our live stream. I appreciate those of you who've been watching. We started a live stream mid-afternoon. We're right after the newscast. And after the newscast started this live stream. So this almost been going on about 8 or 9 hours. But it's that important. We're watching a lot of this moving on by. But as far as the tornado watch, all of our viewing area here, North Carolina counties, Southeast Tennessee, Northeast Alabama, tornado watch is over. And I'll show you on the radar. Most of these counties, Dalton, Lafayette, some of it all in the clear. Everything's moving away to the south and east. These counties will probably be breaking away. But as far as the watch goes, that watch out till 2 Eastern. It probably won't last that long. As you can see on the radar view again, there are a lot of areas with rain, lightning, and whatnot. But for the most part, these are not. Let me go back one. These are staying below severe levels. A lot of rain and lightning, Blairsville, Murphy, southeast of Athens, but no longer severe. And I'll zoom in on these right here. It's still quite noisy south of Calhoun, but again, the worst part of that storm has now moved out of our viewing area. So I just want to let you know that that things will be improving there. So we're going to allow our live stream to end here in a few moments. But I just wanted to say thank you all so much for your comments during our live stream. And I'll try to answer as many questions as I can, but a lot of times I'm on the radar, I can't. But thank you so much for joining us. Again, all this exiting out of our viewing area, south of Gordon, about to move south of Floyd. So the rest of North Georgia, everything is improving. Still some thunder and lightning, southern parts of Fannin, south of Murphy. But again, looks like it's below severe levels. Thank you all for watching. Stay safe the rest of the overnight. Get ready for a windy but drier day on Wednesday, the rest of the day. And we, of course, have more updates for you as a severe threat starting to move out. All right. Thanks so much for watching. Have a safe night, everybody.